That old player shit.
That I do back from 86. Graduated, made it from the College of Dicks. Now who the fuck you be, bitch? You know me. Try to act so low, down low, hustling low key. Now ho, I ain't foe. Where did my motherfuckers go? Y'all remember this hoe? She used to do nails for Rosia. Where? How the hell you been since I had no job? Home wanted to give me some, cause you know I flow and run for squad. Now all of that was on the cloud. No doubt y'all record spin, y'all shipping and gold. It's cold on the outside looking in. Then you best to make yourself worthy, cause I got a clique of niggas ready to get their tongues in very dirty. You heard me put that dirty dick inside your curly click. Ain't this a bitch? Remember when you would not give me shit? Now you down for them habits? Put your numbers on the napkins, make them snap them. Cause the guy to go to the bathroom, see that jeans in the clothes, showing love, shaking that ass in the club, nigga, what? Hoes with no clothes, showing love, shaking that ass in the club, nigga, what? Hoes with no clothes, showing love, shaking that ass in the club, nigga, what? Hoes with no clothes, showing love, shaking that ass in the club, nigga, what? No different from the
And what up, everybody? Welcome to the Contemporary Comrades podcast. It's your boy Heavy J, starting us off. Welcome to our first ever election hangout party, the first virtual party we've had here on the Comrades. So thanks everybody who's joined thus far. As you come in, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe if you're not. You know what I'm saying, and show us some love, just like the song said. You feel me? So to my left, per usual, I have my co-host, the creator, purveyor, the soothsayer, the everythinger that ever was of the Half-Ass Podcast, Corn, man. What's up, man?
What's up, man? Here tonight, selection night, supposedly D-Day, but we'll see.
I saw a meme that said, "Oh shit, we got war again." I mean, no, oh shit, we got war tomorrow. Is what. But yeah, man. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of play some coverage in the background. We'll probably put up a a screen of some stats. Also, this is an open forum. Like this is really trying to make this like a hangout. So make sure y'all hit the link in the description and come join us and talk to us, man. You don't have to have a mic or anything. I mean, sorry, not a mic. You don't have to have a. You kind of need a mic, but you don't have to have a camera on or anything like that. You know, just come fuck with us, man. And also, we will be inebriated, so just keep that in mind. But again,
but you know
man,
what you get with the comrades. You know what you get with the comrades.
Yeah. And by the way, we're going to play some ABC coverage.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're left or right or whatever, but that's what we're playing.
We might end up finding C-SPAN or something. Who knows?
Yeah, something. I don't know. I feel like, all right, so you remember the conversation we had earlier about the small states?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like because it's the only time they ever get somewhat like recognition. Like election season is when like Vermont and like the Rhode Islands and the North Dakotas actually get recognized as states.
Right. Right. All states matter. You feel me? Oh man.
I'm kind of shocked at how much Biden's winning right now.
You're shocked, really? Well, I guess I could say I am too. I mean, I don't know if I'd say shocked as much as I'd say I'm gonna reserve my judgment till some more votes come in to really see how I can feel about it just yet. as far from a like shock perspective.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I know Trump's got to win in the end, right?
I mean, like I said, there are a lot of undercover Trump supporters, man. You can't say you're a Trump supporter unless you are prepared for an outrage, unless you're in certain places.
Unless you vote for him, I feel
Right.
like I feel like if you're
Right.
the ultimate supporter, like if there's one time you need to show that, stick it to anyone who's opposing Trump or just help Trump in his case,
Right.
is voting, right? You would think. It's like you're afraid if you don't want to walk around with the vote for Trump signs. You don't want that stuff, on your lawn or anything like that. You're afraid
Right.
to say anything publicly about it. The only thing you can really do to define you being a supporter of Trump is voting for him, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like I don't see anybody like voting for someone that they don't want to vote for. We get a lot of people that say that out in the public say like, oh, I'm voting for Biden, blah 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 blah. But who's to say that once they actually get in the booth,
What they're going to press. You know what I'm saying? Because because you're in that booth by yourself, right? So whatever reason you created or the media told you to put in your head to vote for one person or another, that's what you're going to do when you get in that fucking booth. Unless, of course, you do say one thing in public, but in private, you go ahead and vote for what you really
True.
think.
True.
Because you don't have to like. There's not not everybody puts their political opinion out publicly, and wears that on their shoulder like a fucking badge of armor and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some people have private discussions and they think amongst themselves and they either vote or don't vote at all, right? Or they vote for Kanye. Either one of the three. And if y'all didn't know how to vote for Kanye, by the way, watch the Joe Rogan podcast. He tells y'all at the very end how to vote for Kanye. It might be too late at this point, but
oh shit, yeah, you're right. Like literally, yeah, too late.
Yeah, no pun intended.
The polls close at 8, right?
I think so.
Or 7 or something like that.
The polls close when the line's done. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
True. I started seeing that all over the place today. It's like if you show up before they close, or if you show up when they close and there's still a line or some shit, then you're still obligated to your right to vote or some shit.
Yeah,
I'm thinking to myself like, I mean, duh. Can you imagine? I mean, it is 2020, so I can't imagine. But can you really imagine someone's employer not letting them leave work to go vote, and then tomorrow, like, they turn around and sue them?
I would be weak.
That's a massive lawsuit.
Yeah, it is.
That's
and what else is
massive? Definitely win.
Yeah, yeah. You know what else is a massive lawsuit? I saw something earlier today where there were people who were predating like mail-in ballots and trying to send them in like dated back to some other time or some other date or some shit so they could like get counted a week later. And they gathered up every single one of those people who did that and put them to the side and they said it's going to be a big ass lawsuit on their hands for doing that shit. And there was a court hearing and everything, and they deemed it bad.
Of course.
Yeah. That's gonna
holy
be,
shit. I'm telling you, man, those fucking mail ballots, man. I'm just, I mean, although they are a joke, the way they take them, man, they ain't no joke, man.
It ain't no joke.
Yeah, like Rakim said.
Hey, shout out to Revex Content. He says, I'm so mad I won't be able to join the stream since after work, but I'll be listening. Damn, bro. Well, it's all good. We'll catch you on the next one. I'm glad you at least be listening.
Revex Content.
As also a mini slave to his job, I feel you. So
yeah, facts. Because I very well could have been with you. I very well could have been working tonight. Thank fuck.
Same,
I'm not.
Actually. Same.
These stupid ass commercials, bro.
Bruh. Yeah, they.
It's
You might,
weird, man. The only time I ever see commercials, well, technically, the only time I ever watch any kind of like actual like TV is big events like this, like election or the Academy Awards or the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
not a big commercial guy, man. We're in 2020. I thought these things would be obsolete by now. like, like for real,
yeah.
for real. I never thought commercials would still be a thing in 2020.
Right.
If you would have asked me in like 2015, I would
I
have
don't know
said,
why.
"Bam."
I don't know why. That's the biggest moneymaker ever. Showing ads on certain shit.
Well, I
Shit.
mean, yeah, but like a whole like, commercial break, I should say. I should say a commercial break, which means like a like where you have like a whole slew of commercials in between something you're watching.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah. I know what you mean, bro. And I'm trying to find another stream without fucking commercials, but I don't know. I mean, they're all like biased one way or the other. The only one I don't see it's like super biased is like
you
Yahoo
see that for about
Finance.
Virginia though?
What's that? Because I've seen like 8 different things about Virginia, so I can't even.
No, look on the ABC joint.
Oh shit! Let me go back to that. Damn, Charlottesville voted Trump? No fucking way. Bruh. No, that's a miscount, bro. That ain't no motherfucking way that Charlottesville voted Trump. I don't believe it. Oh, man.
Yo, Trump got Virginia Beach too, bro. Yo,
Oh, man.
757 got Trump, bro. Oh shit. I am dead. I am dead.
Wow.
Bro.
Wow. I'm shocked because I just told one of our homies in a group chat, I was like, ain't no way Virginia's voting Trump. And sure enough, bro.
Holy shit.
Damn.
Bro.
That's the first what do you call it? Twist of the night. Actually, no, that probably ain't the first, but Virginia's blue on that screen, didn't it? That's crazy. I think that Google ticker's a little behind or something.
Yeah. From Associated Press. What the I'm dead. And then you click on it and it's all red.
Yeah, I know. That's a weird part about it. That's the weird fucking part about it.
Bro.
The CBS cast threw me off, or sorry, ABC cast threw me off because because they were showing they were talking about one state but showing stats for another, and it wasn't making sense. And I was like, oh shit.
I'm weak.
Damn. Yeah, there's some shit.
So it says Trump. It says Florida's got Trump. Holy shit. Or
Florida?
Trump's got Florida.
Seriously?
Trump's up. It says plus 1.6. I don't really know what that means. Like 1.6 points?
I don't know if it's points or if it's like percentage since the last time they updated it. I don't know.
Biden's got Ohio by 12. Georgia's got Trump by 10. I would be super shocked if any of the South states have Biden.
I would too, except for Florida.
Like, no joke. You say except for who?
Florida.
I don't know, man.
Georgia might vote Biden though, from what I heard. But they also, bro, they said a pipe burst in some county in Georgia, and their votes won't be able to be counted because they had a pipe
Bro,
burst in
what?
yeah.
Bro.
That's just still wild. They got Virginia blue yet. You click on it and it's all red. That's weird.
Yeah.
And hey, welcome everybody who's just coming in. This is not our typical chaos protocol. We just in here chilling, commenting, talking about stats. The link is in the description if you want to come and fuck around with us, talk some shit. No camera needed. You feel me? And make sure you hit the like as well and enjoy.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
Trump is 12 million and 13 million.
This is interesting. This is so we made the analogy off air right before we went live about about this being about the basically the reporters being ESPN, and then the whole charade of what tonight basically being fucking like a sporting event, if you will, because everybody's making bets on it. Everybody's watching it. There's people on the left and people with Biden signs and people with Trump signs standing in front of the White House on split sides of the street and shit right now.
Yep, like a fucking football game,
like a fucking football game, like fans. So I just found that interesting. Found that we should share it with y'all because this is, make no mistake about it, this is entertainment, folks. This is pure entertainment.
I mean, it is, but while it being entertaining, man, they're prepared for some wild shit to go down.
Absolutely.
And by them, I mean the government.
Absolutely.
I mean, having National Guards outside and shit, and fucking it's
New York boarding up windows deal. And all kinds of shit, man.
DC doing that too.
DC doing the same shit, yeah. National Guard on standby, all this other crazy shit. But again, they were telling you that could be a possibility. They've been telling you that shit for how long now? Because let's remember, it got ramped up by all these racial tensions. And so the idea of protesting and common protest is already in people's heads.
Yep.
And like we've also said, like the ideologies behind both of these presidents are tied into that directly. So again, you have that same dynamic playing out right here, which is quote unquote combating racism or racist versus not racist, quote unquote.
So, I'm reading one of this latest update thing on here. This report right here from Annie Carney in Washington, just reported a minute ago, says the Trump campaign officials are excited that they appear to be overperforming with Hispanic voters in Florida compared to 2016.
I bet. You know,
like, why is that a thing? Why is that even a stat?
You want to know what else? I'm wondering why it's a fucking stat. Why is it a stat that a host on PBS can have Joe Biden's campaign advisor, like his head campaign advisor, sit there and say, we've pushed, we've taken a very aggressive approach at retargeting or what do you say, recapturing our core demographic. That's how he put the shit. Recapturing our core demographic and blah blah blah, and announce like, from what I've seen, from what the numbers show, some of the key players and I guess the switch over to the Republican side is black men and the Hispanic community. That's what the fucking announcer said.
That tells you, see, it's shit like that, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Some weird fucking shit.
See, it's telling us Trump's projected to win this state. Trump's projected to win that state. But as we're seeing the active results, it seems to be Biden.
Yeah.
So with these states that are already colored, does that mean that they're already done counting?
That's what it looked like, but there's no way because what we're seeing on ABC is saying that Virginia is like not
That
even
Trump
like,
got Virginia.
yeah, and that it's not even 50% counted.
Yeah, this makes no sense.
Right.
Damn, bro. It's all red, bro.
The whole fucking thing is red.
Albemarle County, Augusta County. Oh, yeah, we already. Damn.
Shocker there.
Damn, bro. It says shocker.
What got blue? What counties are blue down there?
Brunswick County, Greenfield County,
Sussex
County,
Sussex and Prince George. Surrey,
shit. Norfolk and Portsmouth and Hampton. Okay. So those three obviously got okay. All right.
Bro, I'm done.
Oh my gosh, man. This is crazy, dude.
Yeah, this
This
is
is fucking crazy.
This is complete 180 from what we saw in 2016.
Holy shit. Danville got blue?
That's hilarious. That's got to be a miscount.
Bro, there's no way. There's no way.
That's got to be a miscount, bro.
Radford got blue. Look how small Radford. God dang, bro. You can barely see it.
Danville got blue. That's
Lexington got blue. Bro, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Do we even need to say it out loud?
No, we don't.
Holy shit.
Bro. No,
bro.
We don't need to say that one out loud. Yo, this is the funniest shit I've seen.
This is trippy, bro. This is crazy.
This is wild.
Damn, dude.
Wow. I don't know, man.
Bro.
These fucking polls, man.
Bro.
These fucking polls.
But again, they might not be done counting though either. That's the
Probably
thing.
not. Probably not.
That is crazy, bro.
But then you zoom out and it's blue. Like you got to be like, I don't know. Google should be glitching sometimes. So it must be a glitch.
No, this is New York Times. I clicked on New York Times.
Oh, that's New York Times. Okay. But that makes
this was those electoral votes. See, if Virginia had blue electoral though.
Oh, of course. And okay, that makes sense. So maybe they're going based off of electoral votes on that.
Telling you, bro.
That's wild, man. The whole state wanted something else, basically. That's a good 80-90% of the state. Easily. But your electoral master said, nah, fam. Snatch that shit.
The puppet said no.
Puppet master said, yank that shit.
Yeah.
Yank that shit right the fuck up. Elise says, definitely feels like a sporting event. Haha, no lie, pure entertainment. Yeah. Facts.
It's definitely a sporting event. Between all these stats and the way everybody's, I mean, look at what we're doing right now, looking at like the numbers and stuff like that. Like this is like ultimate what's that shit people play? Ultimate fantasy football kind of. You know?
Yeah.
Except instead of, having different players and shit, you just have two.
and there's no other teams. There's only these two teams with these two players. Yeah. And they both have different strategies to come to the same conclusion. And you gotta
breaking news. Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Donald J. Trump wins Arkansas.
Oh,
Whoa.
I don't know how many fucking points is Arkansas?
I don't know. I just clicked on this thing. No, oh shit. Yep. He got all 6 electoral votes.
Oh,
Holy shit. Yep. Trump's winning this.
I mean, it's Arkansas, bro. We got to see how many fucking
Them electoral votes are no joke, bro. Them electoral votes are no fucking joke. Could you make the argument? Let's be for real. Could you really make the argument that electoral, like having a position of an electoral vote, is more powerful than anything in the world?
Wait, say that again.
Having a position of electoral vote in any state, would you argue? Could you make the argument that that's probably the most powerful position to have in the world, or one of the most powerful positions in the world? At least in the country.
At least in the
because you're choosing your country's fake. I mean, not fake. Well, that too. But you know what I mean. The fate. You're trying to prove their. You're controlling their fate.
Right. In the country, 100%. But in the world, I mean, we know what role America plays in the world, right? So, I guess you could the world. I guess you could put that in plausible. Maybe not possible, but I guess, or you could say, by way of having that amount of power in a, basically in America, it could bleed out into the world type of shit. But I don't think it would necessarily directly affect the world, but definitely America.
I wonder whose dick you gotta suck to get a position as an electoral vote. That's a crazy powerful position.
Yeah. Or yeah, it definitely is. I'm thinking at least 73. I'm bullshitting, by the way.
Makes sense. Damn, they cut that nigga's mic off for a second at least.
They was doing what now?
Oh, dude came on the screen and his mic wasn't working.
Oh, I'm weak. Damn, this fucking electoral vote.
Yeah, these electoral votes fucking everybody up, fam.
Everybody.
I tried telling people years ago about electoral votes. I'm like, fam, that's all you had to tell me for me to never vote.
Yep.
This was way before I was 18.
Hey, okay, I found a I guess a number. How many electoral votes count per state? So what did Trump just get again? Was it Arkansas?
Yeah.
So Arkansas is 6 votes. So 6 points, whatever. This shit is literally, I'm telling you, man, this shit is literally a game.
6 points out of 270, right?
270, bro. I tell you, it's a game. These fucking candidates, they out there fucking juking, crossing over. You feel me? Fucking
dancing, bro.
Setting picks and shit. Setting screens.
Bro, I think we're gonna get. You know what? I think I'm changing my answer. From us finding out who wins in a couple weeks, dude. We're already at 15 million. And all right, so Biden has 15 million views. Trump has 16 million. We're talking out of how many million people that actually voted, or at least were projected to vote? Was it a little bit over 80 something million or something like that? Out of how many million that we actually have as a population in a country? And we have to include Puerto Rico.
True. We have like 330 million people, but not all those people can vote. So I guess you got
I think what they said last time, only like 80 million people voted in 2016, which is crazy. Yeah. But you got to think about like kids and then like infants and stuff like that. So, obviously they count as part of the population. but they can't vote yet.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But now look at this: 15 million have already voted for Biden, almost at 16. Trump is at 16.5. Bro, this is crazy.
Yeah, bro, shit's wild as hell.
This is nuts. Damn.
Shit, wild.
Oh shit, you're talking about up. Looks like Orlando's red. That's a shocker.
What Atlanta was what?
Oh no, never mind. I think it's blue. Hold on. You know, I don't really trust New York Times after looking, but I guess I do a little bit since that. No, never mind. Orlando's blue. Fuck. Damn, bro. I'd say Florida's pretty much red.
It's looking like that. Yeah,
Florida's pretty much red.
which is weird.
But look at the cities though. Look at the cities. Look at this.
Yeah,
Miami blue, Tampa blue, Orlando blue, Jacksonville blue, Tallahassee blue. Bruh. Bruh.
is anybody surprised?
I'm telling you, bro.
Is anybody
telling you.
surprised? Because I'm not.
Bro.
Yeah, that shit is.
What
shit's
city are we leaving out? Are we leaving out any other big cities in Florida? Like big, well-known cities in Florida? Tallahassee,
about,
Jacksonville, Tampa, Orlando, West Palm Beach, and Miami.
What about Naples?
Damn.
Isn't that fairly big, or they're fairly rich,
Who?
right? Naples, Naples, Florida. Isn't
Hey,
that,
Naples is it's a decent size city, but it's not like a big. It's not
Okay.
a big city though.
They just got a lot of money, right?
Yeah,
I got you.
which they would vote. It would vote red. But I mean, but we're talking about Tampa, all these big cities, which
Yeah.
has been proven in the state of Florida. All these big cities are mostly not tourists, but are mostly out of state people
True.
that are either there for school, there for business, and they have to move there. There's no actual. I won't say there aren't any actual, but all these actual Floridians are outside of the cities because they know how overpopulated the city actually is. So now we're talking about Californians, and obviously all these out-of-state people that are not from the South, from all over the world, are coming to these spots, these certain cities in Florida.
That is true.
And that's why we're seeing these kind of votes. I guarantee it. Guarantee it.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense too. I mean, we're seeing it right there.
Because I was looking at the poll thing that they were showing on ABC, and I looked at it, I was like, dude, there's no way that Orlando got red. No way. And yeah, I see that everywhere else around Orlando got red except for Orlando.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah, wild as shit.
That's crazy.
Wild as shit. Did you see where JP Morgan Chase, the bank, they did some sort of some sort of, whatever stock market forecasting they do, and they forecasted that if Joe Biden wins, like the S&P is going to tumble, and if Trump wins, it's gonna like skyrocket to almost like 4,000 points.
What?
The stock market, yeah, because again they pitch you the idea that Joe Biden's gonna he's of the mindset to lock the country back down, whereas Trump isn't, clearly.
Yeah.
So they're looking at it purely from a what's going to be open, what's not status, because that's probably what would happen.
Yeah. Pretty much, how much longer do we have to have stuff locked down for?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder why they're not showing any of the Western states yet. is because their polls haven't closed yet. But when their polls close? Oh no. They would close at 8 o'clock Pacific time, right?
Yeah, Pacific time. So not even till like 11. Yeah, well, I guess not 11 p.m. our time, but
we should still be getting results from theirs because we were getting results from ours from over here before polls closed.
it's true. And yeah, and like how the fuck Oklahoma's already got their shit finished? I'm pretty sure they're an hour behind or two. But
Yeah.
it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's because they're it's only like 5:42 in California right now. Listen, you hear what they're saying right now?
I heard black man.
He said black men are more comfortable under President Trump's persona.
I'm dead.
That's what this dude just said.
In diverse communities. Donald Trump seems to have done that, and at least so far, that is one of the headlines of tonight. We will be keeping an eye.
Okay, it says polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
And then for Wyoming, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Idaho 10, Oregon 11, California 11. Alaska at 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
1 a.m. Eastern time.
So I mean, we'll definitely know. I mean, we'll get a good look at who actually won once everybody wakes up in the morning. I think. I mean, although it won't be final, but obviously, but I do have a question though. All right, so I have the cursor.
Charlemagne, bro. They talk about Charlemagne right now.
Oh shit! I forgot. I forgot the screen was.
Joe Biden gave him a very lengthy answer about his economic policies and how he plans to try and bridge some of the gaps that we see in this country. But I talked with Cedric after that, and he said that while yes, he would be voting for Joe Biden, that it was going to be begrudgingly because he simply felt that Joe Biden was just the lesser of two evils. That's not exactly the kind of enthusiasm that may necessarily drive a lot of black voters, especially young black voters, to the polls. And George, I can tell you,
no shit. If you say,
I mean,
like it makes sense. It makes sense because if you say vote for the lesser of two evils, who cares if you're black or not? How would that make somebody want to go out and vote?
because they say so. Whoops.
You got to vote, but there's nobody good to vote for. But you got to choose one because it's your right to do so. That's not logic. That's just being told to do something.
Exactly.
Down in Florida. We mentioned Charlottesville. So I think we have to wait to see before we can declare whether President Trump has expanded ethnic communities in the Republican Party. I think time will tell on that. And you have said he has, when I mentioned the juxtaposition, you've got the things that the president has done. And then
this is crazy, man.
Has said, which is that he has done more for African Americans in this country than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I think we will find out later tonight, tomorrow, down the road, whether communities of color in this country actually believe that and feel like this is a White House.
Oh my God, man! Of course, a fucking course.
You see what we tell you people on this fucking podcast?
A fucking course.
Jesus.
Race baiting like a bitch, bro.
Always.
Jesus Christ.
Always. Hey, like I said, the right from the horse's mouth, they say we've been aggressively aggressively targeting our core
Minorities, man. Like, really?
yeah.
This is the thing to me. Like, you can't just go off of your fucking policies. Now, again, I know we're playing the game. Okay, I get it. But
Right.
seriously, you can't just like they can't just go off their fucking policies. It always has to be about, oh, we got to get this community, or well, we'll find out tomorrow. If you know the black and Hispanic communities really like this president, like, or maybe they just like their policy. Maybe they just like someone else's policy. Ever think about that? Like, but of course, you know they got to push that narrative, right?
Yeah,
And everybody
exactly.
starts believing their own fucking narrative, even if they don't like it.
Like I said, even if we played in the game of politics, like if it was done quote unquote correctly, it could be okay, right? In some form of theory, if people were honest and shit and not corrupt
Say
and
that
not
again.
like so. I'm just basically I'm playing what if here. Like what if politics was as it's touted to be? Like what if it was purely based on votes and they actually counted for shit and candidates actually stuck to their word and there wasn't like the you know the shitty agenda that we know that's behind all of it. Like what if that didn't exist? Do you think that it would be
And no
you
electoral
know
college.
no take electoral college, but they'd be well because then I don't know. Yeah, fuck it, no electoral college. No electoral college. So scratch electoral college and then imagine the government as it's as we learned about it in fucking government class, right? Um, could you see that actually doing some sort of good in the in the country? Just politics off of its core. Take out the corruption and bullshit and everything aside.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course.
I think if you take out like here, all right, here's the only I won't say the only reason, but the main reason why I do not believe our votes count like at all is the electoral college. Once I found out, all right, electoral college plays a part in this and in that, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, then our votes really don't matter. That was my first sign, and that's still my
Right.
main reason why I don't believe in votes being counted. Now you have this whole
Which is fair.
mail-in ballot bullshit. Now that's another reason why I don't believe this shit even fucking matters. People are willing to just mail in their fucking votes and think that shit's not gonna get skewed. You know what I mean? So
Right. Now again, we have had absentee voting, but
yeah,
never to this scale. Like
yeah.
never to this scale.
Sorry, keep going. I just had to turn the volume back on because I know people wanted to hear this stuff too.
Yeah, commercials over with.
But yeah, you're right, man. Like again, like if votes actually counted, and you said, yeah, politics offers straight like offers core like no corruption, all that bullshit. Yes, that would be a great way of doing things.
Yeah.
And when we were kids, like kids, that's the way we thought it was, though, right? I know that's the way I thought it was until we learned more.
Right. Yeah, when we were like super young, yeah.
Yeah.
But now you got super young kids now who are like political extremists in some right, one way or the other.
Yeah, you've got your
You know what I'm
CJ
saying?
Pearsons and your Caitlin Bennett. Well, actually, Caitlin Bennett, she's like 22 now, but she started when she was like 16.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
CJ Pearson is the the black kid, the light skinned black kid that's hardcore Republican,
yeah.
and he's really famous on Twitter. Yeah, he's a cool cat, man. Like some of the stuff he says, he's kind of baiting people into, but some of the other stuff you could tell is generally like just from his experience as being like a black kid coming out as a Republican. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, shit. I bet. I mean, you hear them you hear they icing black men all over the news right now.
Yeah,
We'd been hearing it all night.
like this.
And the Hispanic community, quote unquote,
Yeah,
because they don't single them out, but they single out black
black
men
men.
again. Telling you, bro.
And basically saying that what we look up to Trump, right? Is that what they tried to say?
It said they said that we were more comfortable aligning our persona with Trump. That's literally the wording they used. That's literally the wording they used.
This makes no sense, bro.
It's that's wild shit, man. Wild shit, man.
This is definitely, dude. I'm telling you, bro. This is. I think it's the last fucking election we're gonna have. Hopefully, I'm wrong.
We'll see.
Dude, but
I hope so, but shit. I mean, at the same time, it's very plausible.
old dude got up. I was like, yo, what the fuck is he getting ready to do? And he just walked over to the screen. Though. Straight. I was like, bro, looked like he was ready to go do something. I was like, yo, we about to see some real shit. But no, he just walked over to the screen and pulled up the fucking polls.
Yeah. But he's talking about Ohio right now. I mean, if you look at just the state itself, there's way more red than blue, but they're talking about Biden's up 10%, which is, I guess, I don't know if certain counties have more sway within a state.
It's got to be electoral, man. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's what I'm saying.
Otherwise. Look at that, bro. These niggas are all red, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at that. Columbus blue. Dude, I swear, man, it's just a fucking scheme, bro. It's like all the cities are getting
blue. Yeah.
No, Cincinnati's.
Yeah. Dude, Ohio is 18 votes, 18 electoral votes. Oh, they're talking about suburban women now. Uh-oh. Oh, we about to get some data from 14 more states, I guess.
Damn. Nigga said polls about to close in 14 states.
Shit.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Texas. So can we say that if Texas wins, then that's who we know for sure is going to win?
Maybe not. I think it's like New York has a lot, Texas has a lot, and California has a lot, and Florida has a lot. So whoever gets one or the majority of those states, Illinois also has a lot, and so does Ohio.
Wow.
And Pennsylvania has a lot as well.
So, if I can get my screen loading up, this piece of shit. Oh yeah, so Jaron, this is the thing I was telling you about. Well, not Disney Plus, but it's hopefully this right here, set Charlottesville joint.
Oh my god. What? Why are they showing? Was that the Oklahoma City bombing?
Yeah, they said from somewhere to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really encompass they really encompassing everything, ain't they?
Yeah. Why the
Jeez. My bad, y'all. I'm a little late on the comments. Lee says, "How many points is Arkansas? Sir Heaviness the third." Yeah, I did finally address that. We figured out that it's 6 points, so not too many. Shout out to Jersey Jess. She sent a few comments. She said Biden 85 electoral votes, Trump 61 as of now. Word. I think Corn, you got. I think that screen. Can you scroll up that screen a little bit so we can see what it is now?
Scroll up. Which screen?
That one. I think they've got the electorals at the top. Unless I'm tripping. Like the electoral, like the actual numbers. First to 270 shit. Oh, is that the top of the page? I must be tripping.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm at the top. Tripping. Right here.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 85-72. So yeah. Trump just got fucking 11 more since the comment. He got 11 more.
You want to know where his 11 came from? Those 11 came from Indiana. He just won Indiana.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
I clicked on a thing, but you have to like sign up to be a fucking to read it. So I only got like one free article out of it. So fuck me, right? But at least I can get these updates right here. I can't really tell you guys how many electoral votes they have anymore, unless I just have a Google page of it. But
I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah, man. I tell you, bro. Like, this is a lot closer than I thought it would be, bro. I thought Trump for sure was just gonna,
right?
You know. But now, man, I don't know, man. Biden might win this thing, man. I still don't think so, man. But just because of electoral votes, Trump's getting all the electoral votes, bro. But
right.
I'm still shocked that Biden got all the electoral votes in Virginia. Not all, but got the majority electoral votes in Virginia, though. That's nuts to me.
Yeah. Yeah. But actually, no, it's not to me, because remember what I was telling Nate in the chat, which was we voted for a Democratic governor recently, and I think that whoever the hell's behind all that is really accounts for the electoral votes as well. So that's why I was like, I don't think Virginia will go red, but clearly
trying to keep
people
Virginia as a blue state.
Yeah.
Well,
clearly
yeah, like
the
you
people
said,
in Virginia, definitely think a different way.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, because that's even more Republican than it was in 2016.
And that shows you too. That shows you that the powers that be that are behind the state of Virginia clearly don't listen to the people.
Or the right people made the right plays and got somebody. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. That does show you that. Because again,
they don't want to listen to the people.
Unless the people in those cities have a whole lot of people in them that account for more people than anybody else in the entire state. Unless that's the case, other than that, it's clearly a dog and pony show.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to get to a point either, though, that they're ever going to want to listen to the people when it comes to voting. Like, I just don't. Right. They'll play off of our emotions as people, but they will never really fully listen to people. They never fully give people what they want, which, again, the people, they brainwashed us so bad, we don't even know what the fuck we want. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, so I guess that what they say in a few minutes, polls just closed in 14 more states.
Election night 2020. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos. 9 p.m. in the East, polls have just closed in 14 more states.
So Trump has 48 electoral votes. Biden has 44.
Interesting. Interesting.
New York has 29 electoral votes. Texas has 38.
Yeah. California's got 30-something as well. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, California got 55. California got 55.
All right, so breaking news. There's quite a few just now. So Donald Trump wins Louisiana. Donald Trump wins North Dakota. Joe Biden wins New Mexico. Joe Biden wins New York. Donald Trump wins South Dakota. And Trump wins Wyoming. And Trump wins Nebraska.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Wow. None of those are really a surprise to me, though. Honestly.
Damn.
Maybe Louisiana's a little bit of a surprise to me, but I think Lil Wayne swung it for Trump last minute. Louisiana.
Weezy had that alley oop. He hit that alley oop. That's what he did.
He did, he hit the Euro step to the alley oop. He Euro stepped and threw it back up for the power forward to dunk that shit. Oh shit!
Yo, Lil Wayne just handed the ball to Trump.
Yep. He said, "Oh, you need Louisiana? I got you, man. I got you,
bro."
Shit.
Look at how we didn't have any of the votes were even in progress for these 4 states. No, these 5 states, and we got full results from them already. It wasn't any like progress. You see how it is for like Texas and Florida, Georgia, and all them.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like that. It's like how it is for Idaho, where it's like we have no stats, and then all of a sudden, boom, Trump won.
Yep.
Wyoming has 3 electoral votes.
They have 3.
3. New Mexico got 5. Damn, I'm actually surprised New Mexico got Biden, or Biden got New Mexico.
I'm not. They've been voting Democratic for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Being so close to Texas?
Yeah.
Damn. Actually, I shouldn't think like that because even though they're from New Mexico, they can think for themselves.
Are they though? Yeah, Biden got Pennsylvania too. I think Pennsylvania is another state with a lot of electoral votes.
What is Donald Trump's home state? I thought his home state was California.
It's New York.
New York? Oh.
Yeah. Which I think he even said that he wasn't even planning on getting New York or Cali. And that right there, that's 80-some points.
And you know what's funny is he stuck to mostly the northern, not the northern states, because I mean you look at Northeast, that's pretty much all Biden already. But
for sure,
he stuck to the smaller states and into the South. He didn't really stick to like California, even Washington's a big state too, Montana. He stuck to mostly like the Midwest and the South.
Wait, say that again?
I mean, look at these, like Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. He's probably going to get Texas, which that'll be that's the biggest one, isn't it?
No, Cali is the biggest one. I think Texas is the second biggest. Let me look. Yeah, Texas has 30. Texas has 38. Cali's got 55.
Oh shit, yeah. But if he says that he's not expecting to get, he said he's not expecting to get California.
No, yeah, dude, California's super liberal. What are you talking about?
You say what?
California's super liberal. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but 55 electoral votes, man. You got to at least try, bro.
California or New York, yeah, I mean, he ain't getting them.
Damn, man.
He ain't getting them.
Democrats think they have the edge on the early vote. The Trump campaign thinks that they got the edge on the votes that will come out. But as you mentioned, this is traditionally a red state.
I saw a picture of how the 2016 went, and it's looking so far, yeah, because New Mexico voted Democratic in 2016 as well.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing actually any changes from the 2016 election so far. For what's been counted so far, there's literally no differences from the 2016 election.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, and Trump actually won Florida in 2016, by the way. So
Yeah,
no
he's gonna have
surprise.
to, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to win Florida, bro, because
he's gonna need Florida and Texas again.
because if he's not gonna get California, he's definitely gonna need Florida and Texas.
Yeah, he ain't getting Cali, New York. Yeah, those are really. And then
And
Biden
so
got
far,
like
it looks like he's gonna
Maryland and
get
shit.
Florida. I'm pretty sure he. Oh hell! Are you seeing this?
Yes. Of course. Of course. Elise says, "How do y'all think the votes are processed and counted? Do you think it's how they say or something else?" I would say that if so, we are of the mindset that votes don't matter, just like Black Lives, as you know. So I don't think that it really, at the end of the day, they're counted in any sort of way that actually will represent anything, but anything actually happening. But if they were to be counted and they actually did count towards, deciding who's going to be the next president and what agenda actually gets pushed, I think that they would probably. I'm assuming that the machines just report the votes to some secure server or whatever, and they're automatically counted by a program or something. But the manual votes are probably quite literally like the mail-in shit is probably literally opening it up, looking for who the fuck goes where, and they're dumping the shit or something, or they're putting them in sorting machines or something. They're probably doing it like they do those those automatic tests you used to have, where like you your test and you put it in a machine and it grades you. I think
You had to use the number 2 pencil.
Yeah. I think had to use number 2 pencil and shit. I think it's some more advanced version of that. Is how they count the mail-ins.
Which I always found that weird because I always found like, why do you guys want us to use pencil in order to? Shouldn't a laser be able to get pen as well? Like, I was like, you all using pencil, you can just erase our shit. But I ain't gonna tell nobody else. So all those SOLs that I got so close on. I think I failed one. I think I failed like a math one, obviously, of course, math. But all the other one, hell, I use that one too. The one that I failed. I think all of those should be forgiven. Like I feel like SOLs are that whole system was not the best.
Yeah, I agree, and especially like the question. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there were a lot of issues with the SOLs, and especially in certain states, but the standards in general, and what you actually were told to know, and if it actually meant a damn or not,
Wait, so what time did polls open up this morning?
I think 6 or 7 a.m. Right?
All right, so here's what I don't understand. Okay, so you know how it says Biden got New York?
Mm-hmm.
But it just reported 3 minutes ago that polls are closing in New York, but only in-person votes will be released on election night. Mail ballots will be reported over the next days and weeks.
Are you surprised?
So it will take weeks.
That's what we said. If you're listening, you didn't watch the last cast. We predicted what we gave our predictions on when we thought all the votes would be in. And
I said 2 weeks because
you said 2 weeks. I said about a week. I said a few days to a week. So
because that's what I heard. I forgot where I heard that at, but that this year with the mail-in ballot shit, it's going to be 2 weeks at the most, at the longest that it will take.
Yeah.
Damn, man. Now I'm really skeptical of what's going to happen in the waiting period.
We'll see. So I'm wondering what's popping off in the streets right now. Because
that's what I'm saying, man.
Because because keep in mind this is a sporting event with all the emotions in the world attached to it, right? So So
the never-ending game of 2K.
yeah. So I'm imagining all the shit talking that's going on right now from Biden supporters standing on Capitol Hill right now. I'm wondering what's popping off. I haven't seen any breaking news about shit going crazy just yet.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro,
But-
please, for the sake of humanity. I can't even say, man, because I don't. Both sides are so terrible, man. Like the supporters are so
Horrible.
terrible. Like I'm like, if niggas go to bed tonight and Trump's winning, Biden's winning.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Like I said, man, like that video I posted earlier, like I honestly don't know if it's overreaction. You know what I mean? You know, with people boarding up their businesses and shit, but it's just like a couple. Is it too early? Is it overboard? Period. Like,
I think it's going to come to a point where no matter how many votes are left, I don't know. I feel like it could very well come to a point where there's enough electoral votes in all the swing states to where they won't even need to finish counting all the votes because they will already have said, oh well, based on electoral votes and the amount of states that are finished, so and so is going to win. I could see that happening too, just as much as I could see it literally being this huge amount of tension in the country for the next, well, not already, but even more so for the next few weeks until they actually come up with, and finish the shit. But I mean, again, New York said that's only in-person votes, and Biden's already got the state. So are they really going to count them? Does it really matter at that point? So
yeah, like I don't know what constitutes Biden having New York. Are they just talking about electoral votes because those are automatic, or are they talking overall?
I think they're talking. Well, I guess electoral, but also overall, because I think what the screen one right now is overall.
Like, is there an instance where you can get the electoral vote, but the majority vote overrules?
I've never seen that happen.
You know what I mean? Like,
so
see,
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it don't work like that.
So it's just like, yeah, we're still counting the votes that we got from New York, but the electoral, how many? The 29 electoral votes that we have. But look at this. Hold up. Look at this. All right. So when I'm looking at New York, I don't know if you can see this close enough. I might have to zoom in. I don't know. But right here, when I go to New York, it says Joe Biden, Democrat. And it say he had 926,869 votes. And that Trump had 268,000. So, but they're still counting.
Right. So,
however, Biden still got all 29 electoral votes.
Yeah.
That is
the electoral votes. They don't split it up by candidate per state. You either get all the electoral votes or you don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn, that's even more fucked.
Yeah. They don't say, so Trump will get 13 of these and so will get some. No, it's like if the electoral college votes this person, they get that many points. At least I think. I could be wrong. Let me double check that before I make that statement. At least that's what I thought it was. That's how I thought it worked.
We're seeing unfolding in Ohio tonight because the exit polling tells a different story. A lot of the issues that Joe Biden sort of laid out, he said, we had to take care of them.
This is crazy, man.
Okay, here. So in all but 2 states, the electoral votes go to whichever candidate wins the popular vote. So if you win the popular vote, you get the electoral votes. In Nebraska and Maine, 2 electoral votes go to the popular vote winner. Then 1 electoral vote goes to the popular vote winner in each congressional district they win. And there are 538 total electoral votes. Whichever candidate gets 270, that's the dub as we know.
Wait, so explain that again.
So the electoral votes go to whichever candidate wins the popular vote in that state. So
Yeah, but if you win a popular vote and don't like, all right, so Trump won a popular vote in Virginia, but the electoral went to Biden. So how did that happen?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Huh. Let me look for another source then, because I honestly can't remember. Because that was clearly wrong. Because yeah, you're right. Because Trump definitely had the popular vote, didn't he? Can you
Yeah.
hover back over Virginia again?
Yeah. And while you do that,
he smoked him in Virginia. Yeah, holy
you
shit.
say what?
I said, yeah, Trump smoked Biden in Virginia.
Yeah. Smoked them.
So how the fuck?
While you do that, I'm gonna go take a brief smoke break real quick.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look in.
Stop my cam.
Really? Yeah, so I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna look and see if we can figure out how the electoral vote system works, if you will. Not so much the electoral college per se, because this is not high school, but we're gonna see about how the electoral votes work. So bear with me here as I am looking up some shiz. Enjoy the commercials. Just kidding. Like the video if you haven't already. Don't forget also that the link is in the description if you want to come chat. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing from two different places that I read, which is if you win the popular vote, you get the electoral votes. But clearly, Trump won the popular vote in Virginia and did not get the electoral votes. So I'm trying to figure out where that loophole is. Yeah, that's weird. Same thing happened in 2000, or a similar thing happened in 2000 where George Bush won with electoral votes, but Al Gore won the popular vote by more than 500,000. But he got the electoral votes, so Bush got the electoral votes, so he got the seat. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the hell you can you can win the popular vote in the state, but not get the electoral votes. Like it gave that example, but didn't give any description as to why. So I guess that's that piece of corruption that nobody ever asked questions about. I guess we've stumped the internet with that one. The internet cannot answer how a candidate can get can win the popular vote but not get the electoral votes, except for two states. Very interesting. If anybody listening can figure that one out, you win the imaginary prize. Yeah, I'm not seeing a damn thing. I need to actually not be doing this live so I can actually focus on finding some good shit. But yeah, the quick search, not showing anything. I'm in the freaking National Archives right now looking up reasons. It's interesting. Let's see.
Well, he was able to pull away by even more than you did in 2018, correct so far?
Oh, absolutely. I've had very close races, so, but look, in Florida, we don't like high
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So it says the meeting of the electors takes place on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This is weird. This is fucking weird. Yeah, Corn. I can't even figure out how the fuck you can win the popular vote but not get the electoral votes. I've been sitting here for the past
Really?
I've literally been sitting here for the past 5 minutes trying to find an answer to that, and I can't. So I pose the challenge to anybody listening: if they can figure that riddle out, they win the imaginary prize.
That's weird. Because we
Yeah,
clearly see that he got the popular vote in
right.
Virginia,
And
but Biden
bro,
got all three.
I even found an article that said how it mentioned how in 2000 George Bush won the electoral college votes by 1 point, yet Al Gore won the popular vote by more than 500,000. But it didn't say why. It didn't explain the reason, which I'm like, that's that corruption shit they be sneaking in. You see what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like how the fuck are you not going to be able to? How are you going to do that, but not be able to, find a quick little answer to that in the age we live in? That makes me ask questions.
And how weird of it that of all the people, really smart people that
Skills you have to be able to trace down people who would be associated, and then find the secretive location of where they meet and do their weirdo rituals at.
well,
And then,
the thing is he's been doing that for like he was doing journalism, like interviewing type
he was.
for a long time, and he grew these connections over decades. Because you gotta
That's fair
realize
enough.
he's been doing this
Yeah.
shit for like 40 years, like since way before we were born. So the fact that he broke into Bohemian Grove, like when was this? Like in the 2000s, early 2000s, something like that,
Something like
or
that.
maybe
yeah.
what late 90s or something like that. So, but he's been doing it since the early 80s. So you're gaining relationships. You're having all these relationships with all these different people that are in politics. So I think, yeah, of course, by the time you hit like 15, 16 years in the industry or in the career field, you might gain some fucking connections to where you can probably burn down some bridges by pretty much going to the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Because I remember when I remember he told that story years ago, and I was thinking to myself like, I never even heard of Bohemian Grove, but just thinking to myself like, how do you fucking break into somewhere where all these secret people go to do this secret stuff that like that they keep it out like away from public, like nobody has ever even fucking seen any footage on it or anything, and then you got in there and did it, and I was just like, oh well, obviously he had to have gained connection like through people, like obviously people were very pissed, people that were friends of his were very pissed the fact that he did that.
Yeah.
Because he gained those connections through them and then did that. Like, that shit was nuts, man. Did you see that part in the interview where, not the interview, but in the sit down that he did with Rogan, where he was interviewing an old dude? They showed like that video clip of him interviewing the tall dude.
I don't know if I've seen that. Wait. Oh, yes, I did see that one. I did see that part of it. Yes, I did.
And the dude was like all pissed off.
Yeah, he was all pissed off. I did see that part. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think that was someone that actually trusted Alex Jones. And he did him dirty. But he did him dirty to prove that, hey, there's shady shit going on in politics. Like, we're not all crazy. And I think that's his true purpose. I think Alex Jones can die a happy man at any point because he's the guy that clearly stood up and said, hey, we're not all crazy. This shit's really going on.
Yeah.
And here's proof.
Absolutely. I think I don't know if I'd say that
even if I have to act like a crazy drunk madman to do it, I did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. I don't know if he would necessarily die happy. I don't think he would die happy unless his exposure of the the crazy systems that be would be justified in some way, right? But
Yeah.
I will say that he has done his duty as a human being, and as an
Yeah.
American, as far as exposing the truth on on a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Because granted, and Alex Jones is crazy. We all he's definitely he's definitely a personality, right? But at the end of the day, if you look at what he said, if you look at 80-90% of what he says, there is truth to that, and that's the I think that's the scary part for a lot of these people.
Yeah. Like because it's just like he always gets to the point where his head's about to explode because he's talking about how crazy all this shit is that's going on
All right.
and how he's connected the dots. The same shit we do, except like, again, I try not to go too deep into the rabbit hole because I still want to be able to, in some cases, not cases, but in some ways, I would like to just let go of life for a little bit and enjoy entertainment, which is the only reason why I don't go too deep into these rabbit holes. But he kind of reminds me of you, like where it's like you guys are so like every time like you're always mentioning like random shit that I knew nothing about.
That's
like
true. Yeah.
when he was talking about like the gay frogs, and I was like, what? Like,
Yeah.
and then but then he's talking about exposing it was some senator. He was talking about exposing some senator, and I was like, that's some weird ass shit I didn't even fucking know about. And like you do the same thing, but it's like I don't know, man. Like Alex Jones is he's just the kind of guy where it's like, he's not just sitting there and making this shit up.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just
I
like
would agree with that.
it's shit that's really going on. And the same thing we do here, on Comrades. Like,
Yeah.
again, we kind of tell the future without telling the future, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
we've been telling the future since our early cast. In some
we've
weird, fucked up way.
called some fucked up shit and thought that when we called it, it was really fucked up that we called it, but then it actually ended up fucking happening. And then we were like, okay, we're not sick bastards. This is a real fucking thing.
Exactly. This shit happened far too much. Shout out to my dude Dole. He says showing love TLP. Good to see you back in here, bro. Thanks for dropping by, fam.
Welcome back to the Comrades.
Hell yeah. For sure. Dole, well, hey, what you think? If you're still listening, man, what you think about this these numbers so far, bro? Because yeah.
Especially Virginia.
Right. Who are they talking to right now?
Oh,
speaking of Virginia, change this tab, bro. Talking about fucking.
Yeah, George, the AP called Virginia at 736 because of the early vote totals are so strongly Democratic. About 70% of the 2016 total got cast early, and we know who those voters are. That just by way of comparison, the AP called Virginia at 11 o'clock in 2008, at 1 a.m. in 2012, and at 10:30 in 2016. So calling Virginia 3 hours earlier suggests very, very strong night in Virginia. Mark Warner's won big. We feel good about our congressional races. And because Virginia is now heavily suburban, we think that also probably bodes well for suburbs in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the upper Midwest.
North Carolina is going to be red.
We feel really good in Virginia. We hope it sends a message.
You think so?
Of course, you were part of the Hillary Clinton campaign 4 years ago. What feels different to you this time around?
Oh, hell.
I mean, the tremendous surge of early vote. I mean, that shows not only people taking in, trying to protect themselves from COVID, but it also shows intense energy. And George, as you know, we know who the early voters are. We don't know how they voted, but if a Tim Kaine votes early, we can see
find
only voted ever in Democratic primaries. That's a Democratic vote. And we're seeing this really strong early vote in many states that gets often
the electoral college thing
later, even if it comes in early. Early vote is strong. The early vote is it's disproportionately young people compared to 4 years ago. And then states that are battlegrounds that never have been: Georgia, Arizona, Texas, for God's sake. We are competitive.
For God's sake.
It's very tough.
Dole said J Rock one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. Damn, bro, that means a lot, bro. I appreciate you for real. I try, man. I try to be an information sponge. He also says Biden has more of a chance than he thought, and Biden needs Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, and Florida. So he said Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, and Florida. Well, let's see.
What do you say?
He said Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, and Florida. I don't think he's getting Florida, bro. I don't think he's getting Florida.
Or North Carolina.
Or well.
Hold on, let's check North Carolina real quick. Ooh, it's close. It's close. But look at that, though.
Oh, that is close. Shit. North Carolina gonna be a toss-up.
Biden just won. So Biden just won DC. I don't know if that's important or not, though.
They're worth 3 votes. So,
damn. This is crazy, bro. This is so fucking crazy.
it is. He said.
God damn, this is crazy, bro.
He said Biden not getting Virginia, Florida, or North Carolina. Well, he did get Virginia, bro. He got the electoral votes already for Virginia, so he got that. But Florida, North Carolina, Florida, I think hell no. North Carolina, I'm not sure, man, because some of them, like we were saying before you hopped in, a lot of the cities are voting Democrat across the country, not even just per state. Like everywhere we've seen so far, every single city has voted Democrat in the majority. So it's been interesting. And there's a lot of big-ish cities in North Carolina, I think, at least closer to Virginia, you know.
That's crazy. Fayetteville got blue.
Like I said, big city. You know, that city shit. Said, Dole says, y'all think we will know a winner tonight? No, I don't think
maybe
so.
tomorrow.
I think
but again, it won't be official though.
Right, because there's all these. We're just talking about that earlier. There were a lot of mail-in votes. Like a lot of these states that are already have declared winners don't even have all their absentee ballots counted and shit.
Yeah.
So they're basing this off of the numbers right now and the in-person votes. A lot of them, New York especially. So who knows if they're going to swing one way or the other at what point? But that's the whole bullshit behind this year's election anyway, right? So you get an idea, but like how accurate is this shit really that we're looking at? You know?
True. And they also, yeah, man, this is nuts, man. I didn't think it would be this close this early. I really didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, too, I mean, it's mostly isn't it? If you look at this map, it's mostly red, isn't it?
From a size perspective, yeah, that's just like size playing tricks on your mind, though, because Biden's got a lot of those smaller states in size, but they're worth a lot more electoral votes.
True.
Like he's already got New York, which is worth a lot, and let's see.
Shit, Colorado. Colorado just got. Damn, bro. Biden just got Colorado.
Yep, sure did. He also got he got it. The Democrats got Colorado in 2016. Man, this piece of shit website, bro. Stop playing fucking videos. My bad. Y'all can't even hear what I'm complaining about, but
Where's the where do I get that 2016 map at?
I have a link that has the like a screenshot of it. I'll drop it to you real quick. And it's at the very bottom of the page. They got the 2016 map.
Damn, bro.
See if we can find that shit.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
Watch out! It might play a fucking video on you when you open it up. But that page has the amount of state by state number of votes plus you know.
Okay. Oh no, that's
the
electoral
map.
votes.
Yeah, but that's what the whole thing's based off of. That's what decides who wins. So I think that's the only reason why they do it. But nothing can fucking answer the $1 million question.
Wow. So we're looking at the 2016 map of the election, the presidential election. So California they did vote Democrat. New Mexico did indeed vote Democrat. New
It looks
York
exactly
Democrat.
the same so far.
Virginia Democrat.
You see what I'm saying?
I can't tell if DC's Democrat or not, but again, they only had 3.
Can't either.
Damn, Minnesota voted Democrat. Well, we know they're going to vote Democrat this year, aren't we? After this summer,
we can predict
after the
that
summer
one.
they just
Yeah.
had.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think that's going to be another blue for them. For sure.
Bro, this is crazy.
Yeah, right now it looks like a carbon copy.
Yeah.
Doesn't it though? Look.
Wait. Did Colorado was Colorado?
Yeah.
Damn, they were, man.
Yeah, that's
Holy
what I said.
shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So apparently, so was Nevada. That's that one. Yeah, Nevada, Washington, and Oregon, all blue. The whole West Coast blue.
Bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is nuts. I think we're about to see the exact same thing happen last time. Or the exact same thing that happened last time. I think it's coming.
Which is what, a Trump victory?
Oh, yeah. Again, man, if we're going by the book, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons why I don't want Joe Biden winning, man.
Right.
But there's some reasons why I don't want Trump to win either. But again, I'd rather have Trump over Biden. Right. But again, I'm not Republican or Democrat or anything like that.
It's the unpopular opinion, but
yeah.
Like we were saying, if somebody held a gun to our heads.
But it's the honest opinion. Biden would be the wrong choice as a leader. Again, if you're playing the game, But yeah, like you said, somebody held a gun in your head and said Trump or Biden, I would have to think most people would say Trump.
I don't know about most people. Maybe, though, I guess if he wins again, right?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This is tough. It really is. It's very tough. Yeah.
Dole says, big gas. I feel you, bro. This whole shit is a gas for real.
For real, for real.
Jersey just says Colorado's only non-electoral votes. Yeah, that's true. So I mean, but that's still I guess a decent amount.
That still makes a difference.
Yeah, it still makes a difference.
It's
Dole
not
says
like
DC is
it's only at 3.
right.
You're talking about 9.
All right, that's like 3 whole New Mexicos.
Yeah.
When you think about it. Dole says DC is always blue. Cali only red for Nixon and Reagan. Thanks for dropping the knowledge. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So I guess that's why it didn't bother. They'll also dropping more facts. Says Michigan is typically a swing state, but the governor has been pissing off residents. Looks to be very red this year. Any connection? I have no fucking idea, to be honest with you, bro. Because
The governor's pissed off the residents.
it depends on how do you know how the governor's been pissing the residents off? Because then I'd maybe get an idea. But if he's
Hey,
just been
Dole.
pissing
Hey,
them
Dole.
off-
Hey, click the link. Click the link in the description, and so we can talk about this. I don't know. I don't know anything about Michigan.
yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. And he also said, is there a minimum age requirement, or do y'all think there should be an age cap for a president? Should there be an age cap? I don't know, man, because I mean, unless you're of Joe Biden's ilk, generally men age like fine wine. So so I don't know. But yeah, man, I have no fucking idea. Do I think there should be an age cap on a presidency? I would say if so, maybe like 75 or some shit. But if that's the case, then both the people running right now would be capped off. So, but then again, what do you do? So that's a good what if for that question. What if both your candidates right now? What if both the the Democrat and Republican candidates are past this newly passed cap? Then what? Are they like ineligible? So then who would be able to? You know what I mean?
I thought that Trump was in his early 70s.
I think Trump's like 77, bro. Or no, sorry, 75.
Yeah, so
Look it
he's
up.
still if you said 77, then he'd still be
No, I
capped
think
off. I mean, he still wouldn't.
Biden's 77. Yeah, I know Biden's pretty damn old.
Yeah, I know. Biden's
Yeah.
Biden's old as fuck. But
Yeah, Trump is 74.
okay, yeah. So he'd still be
Okay.
straight. And Biden is how old? 77. But you say you put the cap at 77, right?
I said 75.
Oh, okay, 75. Okay. So yeah, so Trump will still be liable for it. I'm gonna take mine a little bit younger, bro. If I'm gonna say an age requirement, I'm gonna say the minimum age. I'll keep that. At, what's the minimum age right now for president?
35?
35. Yeah, all right. I like that. I feel like by 35, you should have your shit together. As a at least in terms of morals. Now in this day and age, we all know that that's probably false, but I feel like the way it was intended for us to be was to mature by the age of 35.
Yeah.
So I'll keep that as a minimum. Maximum, I'd say about 60, 65. I'd say maybe 65. I think that's you can clearly see if they have problems after 65 in terms of how Biden does with like memory and shit like that. It's like, fam, you should probably not be running for leader of a quote unquote leader of a powerful country. I don't no.
I don't know, man, but with age comes wisdom, you know.
Yeah, but at what age though? What age?
Right. I mean, who's to say? That's the tough part about it. Hey,
You know,
shout
like-
out to Dole. What's good?
Hey, I ain't never done this. Can y'all see or hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro.
I can hear you. If I can't see you just because I'm on this screen over here, but I can hear you. What's up, Dole?
Hey, what's good, Neil? Good to see you, fam.
Yo, what's up? Yo, so
Grab some headphones right quick.
okay.
All right.
Because I kind of want to know more about this Michigan stuff.
Yeah. Let me sharp y'all real quick. So what it is all right. Headphones going in. Give me 10 seconds.
Got you. Yeah, I'm curious about the Michigan
All
stuff
right.
as well.
All right. I think I'm locked in. Like Jamaican hair.
I'm dead.
All right. So the governor, her name is it's like Gretchen Whitmer, Gretchen W something. Um, she's quite liberal, and she has really overstepped the boundaries of what a governor can do in certain instances. She's willing to think that she can like overdo or overstep anything that the Michigan State Supreme Court has allowed or has put into play. She's saying like, nah, I think I'm gonna do more. And as we know at FDR, yeah, can't do that. There has to be some form of checks and balances. And
So you're saying,
Michigan is, Michigan, we think of, Detroit, Flint, things like that, Ann Arbor, more of a Democratic presence. But the rest of Michigan, kind of like in Virginia, we have Northern Virginia and Richmond, maybe Charlottesville, you can throw in there, Harrisonburg. But the rest of the state is very red, very, very red. And I don't know if, simple steps like the governor, if the local residents are pissed with their local representation, I think that directly correlates into who they might vote for the presidency.
it could be.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So do you think that
Same
let's
instance as like if Tim Kaine joins Hillary Clinton's ballot, that excites the red voters in Virginia much more.
right. Okay. Okay. So what if they decide to do that? So what if they obviously elected her, right? And then all of a sudden, oh, she's acting crazy, she's overstepping her boundaries. We're going to vote Trump, but then do you think next gubernatorial election cycle, do you think that they will also vote the opposite way then? Or do you think that there's enough power, there's enough left swinging power in that state to keep her in?
I think just a short answer to that is, people are quick to forget. Very short attention spans, especially in politics.
That's true
If you
too.
want to bring up the track record of the two current candidates, what they said 40 years ago, people aren't even willing to listen to, let alone what they may have said 10 years ago or even a few weeks ago. People already forget those things.
Yeah, that's true shit.
So
You can,
so
I
is
think you
is
can.
the governor
Okay.
of Michigan are they a Republican or Democrat?
Um, she's a Democrat, and I think it should be stated that she is a white woman, middle-aged white woman.
Mm.
Okay, I see. I mean, it's sad that that shit actually matters now, but again,
Yeah,
they're pushing that shit in every fucking direction they can. So,
harder than ever, harder than ever.
I mean, if the PC term is African American, I don't find it a problem to point out that she's a white woman.
right. It's not any
Also, stop saying
better or
African
worse.
American. We're
Oh
Americans.
wait, can you say African American anymore? I thought you couldn't say that. I thought you had to say black.
I mean, I've always said black, but I mean, I'm coming as a white guy, and I think African American just sounds silly.
I mean, I think they both sound silly, but that's just me. Shit.
African American.
So have you been paying too much attention to the polls and shit tonight?
I'm
you
watching
just
it
like-
now. I'm logging in as much as possible.
Word. Let's see what I don't know what they're looking like now. I don't know because they said 12 more states just closed the polls, and then that big burst of announcements came out. But I think
States,
we gotta wait
yeah.
another hour or some
It was,
shit.
but that was like 7 states. Yeah, I remember that was like 7.
Currently, what I'm seeing though is that Virginia is still marked as red, even though I'm predicting I don't even think it'll switch to blue at this point. Even if all the Northern Virginia votes come in, I think Virginia is going to stay red this year. Maybe.
Well, right now, hold on. Let me see if I can add this. So, right now we got Virginia. Right now is blue, and we were looking at the counties too, and the cities and the counties. Look at how it's mostly red, but Biden has all 13 electoral
Yeah.
votes.
I mean, he's going to win Rockingham. Well, I don't even know if he wins Rockingham County. I think there's more people that live in Harrisonburg City than the rest of Rockingham County. He's going to win Charlottesville County. I believe it's Albemarle. He's going to win Fairfax County. He's going to win probably
Wait. Who are
Prince
we
William
talking?
County.
Biden or Trump?
Biden. He's going to win the liberal parts of Virginia. He's going to take whatever county like Virginia Beach and Hampton Roads and things like that are in.
Because he's got Virginia Beach. However, he doesn't have Norfolk. He doesn't
He
have
doesn't Rockingham
Portsmouth.
either, does he?
He doesn't have Hampton. He doesn't have he doesn't have Hampton. And he doesn't have Charles City.
That's surprising to me.
I mean, he does.
I know he'll take Northern Virginia, no problem.
But he's got Richmond. Biden has Richmond.
Always.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
And he has Albemarle County. But he doesn't have Augusta. Trump has Augusta. Trump has Rockingham County.
Hey man, the day a Democrat
21,000
wins
total
Augusta
votes. You say what?
It's over with. Then.
The day a
You say what?
Democrat wins Augusta County, I might move back.
Right. That's
You said when Democrat wins in Augusta County? I'm dead. And Travis, I don't know if you can see this right here. Not going to say the town out loud. But that little small town voted blue somehow.
I ain't never heard of that town in my life.
Yeah, we was on here geeking for a good 2 minutes looking at that shit, bro.
Oh man, that shit had me, bro. That shit had me.
What's
It's
it called?
crazy, man. Even Danville voted blue.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Roanoke got blue, I think. Looks like blue. And Montgomery County got blue. Fredericksburg.
Can you do the county by county in Maryland? I'm curious to see that.
County by county in Maryland. Let's see.
Probably could just click it. I don't know if it'll zoom in or what it
Yep.
does.
Damn,
Oh,
Maryland.
They ain't got no fucking.
Yeah, no.
numbers. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
they ain't got no numbers yet, man.
They got nothing but 2 red counties.
You know what's
but
funny?
then
You know
the
what's
state is
funny
blue.
though? You know what's funny? Let me zoom back out though. They have it as blue, and none of this shit's
Yeah.
counted.
Yeah.
Bro, look at
That
this.
shit trash.
From what I know of this area, like Prince George County, Montgomery County, have the larger cities. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't know what county Baltimore's in, but those are definitely going to be blue. But the rest of Maryland, kind of like a Michigan situation, the rest of the state is typically quite red.
Dang.
Shit.
But it's all about where the population lies, essentially.
True that.
That's true. That's true.
I just find it weird that none of this stuff's counted, but yet they have it as blue. Or maybe that's just a projection, like their estimate of what it's going to be.
I think the biggest state to watch is still Ohio.
True.
That's fair. Yeah, it's
True.
got, and that's worth what 18 votes. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, Ohio's all pretty much looks like it's almost all red,
Because honestly,
except for of course, again, just like Florida, the cities.
all the rest
Cincinnati.
of the bigger, all the rest of the bigger fucking, states with the most votes, they're already pretty much either, unspokenly pretty much picked one way or the other, or, that's really it. Like, so if you look at Texas, we know Trump's gonna get Texas. He's probably gonna get Florida again. Excuse me.
Do we know he's going to get Texas, though?
I think he'll get Texas. But I will say this. Apparently, in the last few years, since 2016, I think over 800,000 Californians have moved into Texas. So
Whoa,
is that enough? Is that a,
whoa. Wait,
yeah?
what?
Yeah, 800,000 people from California alone have moved to Texas. Joe Rogan included. I mean, excuse me, Joe Rogan included.
No, I think Trump's gonna win Texas. I looking
I
at this
think so
right
too.
here.
But
I think he'll get Texas.
A recent stat I've heard, I have not had a chance to fact check it, but the county that Houston resides in, if you broke it down by population, would be the 25th largest state in the United States.
damn.
So there's
Really?
a lot of people in these Dallas, Fort Worth,
Yeah.
Houston metropolitan areas. And
Yeah.
if you look at a lot of those red squares out there, that's a lot of old plantations and what is still farmland. So not many people are out there. So if you can
Yeah.
dominate those certain counties, I think Biden has a huge chance to swing Texas, but that would be a feat in and of itself.
Damn.
I agree. And if he somehow manages to get Texas, that'd be 38 votes. That's hefty.
Texas is huge.
Yeah.
If Biden really needs to bank on winning Pennsylvania if possible as well, that one has a lot of votes.
I think he did win that one already.
I'm still just not convinced at 10 p.m. Eastern time because a lot of polling stations that were open extended hours into 8 p.m.
True.
I think it's still just a bit early because these areas, like whatever county, Philadelphia is in, Pittsburgh, those sort of things, I think that's going to play a major difference. They take longer to count, obviously, and so you're going to get, the small counties where they can count them faster. Those are going to report first, and those tend to be more red.
Right.
And California, they extended their hours to 11 p.m. Eastern time.
I believe that's still 8 p.m. though.
Yeah.
Eastern time.
Oh yeah. Damn. No, yeah. So that'll be 8 p.m. for them, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
3 hours behind. Yeah,
I think tomorrow we'll find out. Like we'll get a good measure. Because you got to realize, man, Alaska's until 1 o'clock Eastern. So I'd say maybe by the time everybody wakes up at like 7, 8 in the morning, like shit'll be quote unquote, most of it will be counted. And then, you have to depend on like the mail and shit, obviously. Later on.
I'm surprised that they weren't able to jump on the early ballots sooner. Like, I feel like, these people that submitted their ballot a month ago, like, they should have had that number triple, quadruple counted by now. But hey,
that's the play.
Yeah, but you got to realize they kept the what do you call it? The time frame open until what, like a couple days ago was like the last day you could mail in your ballot.
I think it was state by state. So here up here in Northern Virginia, and DC specifically, you could register to vote today, and then still cast your vote. Which I'm not sure how that breaks down, but I know that for a fact is a thing in DC, at least in this current state.
Yeah, because I think they should have. Like, I agree with you. I think they should have just counted all this shit beforehand, so that now that after tonight, all you have to depend on are the actual like poll votes, like going in and like in-person poll votes.
Right, and I think if they're able to track in-person votes from a single day like we're used to, and they can have the results by that night, I don't understand how someone that cast their votes even 3 days ago couldn't already have been solidified as a certain number.
Yeah.
Like that one's I'm furrowing my brows at that. It's like, what's going on here?
News. Donald Trump wins Kansas as well.
Yeah.
As of 2 minutes ago.
Typical. I feel like
6 electoral votes.
I feel like more people live in Fairfax County than in Kansas.
Kansas. Let's look and see how
you might be right.
Yeah,
You
you
might
might
be
be.
right.
I know there's like 1 million people that live in Fairfax County.
Is there really?
Can't.
There's a lot of people out here.
Yeah. I think a good. I know at least a seventh or an eighth of the whole state of Virginia is just in that one county.
I mean, it's a big county, but even
Well,
still,
maybe not the
like,
county,
there's
but at
a-
least within there and was it Prince George?
Prince William.
I'm
That
sorry, Prince William.
encompasses.
Yeah.
I actually live in Prince William County right now.
PW. They don't say that though. It's just P. They just say PG. But yeah, Kansas is only 6 votes. So I mean, yeah. Hey, 6 votes to 6
True.
votes. I
True.
guess.
I believe Virginia is what 13.
Let's look.
Virginia is
Yeah, 13.
Hit him with that.
13.
Last time that I checked.
Yeah, still 13.
Hey, shout out to Nipsey Hussle, R.I.P.
Shit, facts.
Florida's 29. Georgia's 16. Georgia's 16.
I just look at
There's a
Florida
lot of
like
people in
I feel like Trump would have Florida in the bag, but Joe is surprising me down there. He really is,
Yeah.
especially with his
he's got all
potential
the,
tax plans and everything. Like, I mean, there's some wealthy people that live in Florida.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Yeah,
think they'd be
man.
down for that.
he's got all the cities. He's got all the big cities in Florida for right now.
I mean, you would have to assume that he's going to take, Miami-Dade County. He's going to take Tallahassee, Jacksonville,
Yeah, he's got-
Tampa Bay, those large cities. But
Yeah.
the more like retirement centered,
Yeah, the retirement rural
parts,
areas, it's
I mean,
got to be all red.
they got some
Got to
deep
be all
pockets.
red.
Oh, if I'm looking at CNN right now, they're actually talking about Fairfax County.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised West Palm Beach is blue. You would think they'd be red too.
Yeah, any of those like retirement focused centers, I would just scream red.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel that though.
especially that's why I always thought like the coast of North Carolina should be all red. Hell, if you really think about it, the coast of all of East Coast should be
Except
all
for
red.
Miami. Except for Miami. That's always gonna be blue.
True.
Yeah.
Just because Miami is so
and
popular.
Orlando,
Yeah.
and Orlando.
No, but Orlando's not on the coast though.
I know, but talking about
True.
always gonna be blue.
You can almost bank on the
cities.
larger cities to be blue for the
Yeah.
most part.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
even some of like the secondary cities and whatnot.
Yeah, that's true.
One thing that doesn't get stressed enough is when you win those cities, like if you're the Democrat that's running, you have to win those cities hugely. I mean, you really have to win those cities, like an
Yeah.
80% style win, because you're really not going to get much more than 20 to 30% in these more rural counties.
True.
Yeah.
You need to win like.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Trump too, because although he's not getting California, at least that we know of.
There ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell, bro.
Yeah,
He ain't
well,
getting
to
New
bring back my point earlier for California, I mean Nixon and Reagan, they come from California, so that's the only reason that they've ever won those states.
And Trump's from New York. You didn't even get that.
No.
Right, but let's not forget, Trump used to be a staunch Democrat before he ran for any such. I mean, Trump never really ran for a party. He ran for himself and then fell into a party. So let's not forget that.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So, it's not public record or anything, but if you go back in video archives or just conversations in general, Trump seems to be, at least before all of this, would have been a Democratic voter. I mean, New York City in general is always as blue can get. However, he ran on the platform of I'm a celebrity. I can say whatever I want, and I don't have a party to please. And I think, to save a tangent, people are afraid to say anything that might go against their party's belief, rather than if they personally believe that. Well, if he doesn't have any sort of party affiliation, he can say whatever he like, and in doing so,
That's
he found himself more on the conservative side than the liberal side.
And that's facts, because that touches what I said maybe, I don't know, a few months ago in a cast, which was that I thought that Trump was really a Democrat. Like if you look at his shit, he's really fairly Democratic. It's just that the way the Democratic Party has gone, at least from a media perspective, is super extreme left wing, just like with the right is super extreme right wing. But
right.
I never saw Trump as a super extreme either,
I mean,
and I don't think he's ever been that.
no, definitely not on an extreme. I mean, he's a businessman.
Right,
So
right.
when Trump is focusing on his businesses, do you think his immigration policies are still the same?
No.
But when he becomes the Republican person on the ballot, you have to solidify something, and so one of his major things was immigration,
Right.
which is a very, very powerful thing to grab for conservative voters.
Now, I think he's also sort of changed his stance on what he presented on that in 2016, because
He's slightly backed off of it. I can't say he's changed his status, but I think he's toned down a bit. I mean, the wall in and of itself still isn't built.
right. But I think it's because, as some of these media outlets were saying earlier, that Hispanic demographic has shifted towards him. So I think he's laid off on the whole, deportation talk and everything like that. Which is also ironic, because didn't he like assign ICE to like, didn't he ramp up the all the ICE
For sure.
Yeah.
So
I think, but one thing that doesn't really see much daylight is that Trump excites all of this, for lack of a better term, polarized hatred, if you will. He excites that, but on the legislation side of it, not
he
much
doesn't do
has
that.
changed.
Yeah.
You can pick on the example. Obama kept a decent amount of policies and cabinet members and things like that um, George Bush had in place.
Right. Which is thing people forget.
Of course, like,
People forget a lot of that shit.
people want to praise Obama for whatever they personally choose to, but when it comes to some of his foreign affairs things, like, he didn't really remove too many people that George Bush already had in place.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Facts.
And so it's again, I think people should vote for what they personally believe and not look at the puppets that are out here representing those beliefs,
Exactly.
and go from it with that in mind.
Exactly.
That's why we're preaching.
Karen, ask him the same question you asked me earlier about about voting and not having electoral college.
Okay. All right. So Dole, let's say, because we all know that politics equals corruption, right?
Oh, for sure.
Say our political system in the United States was working as originally intended and originally designed. You get rid of the electoral college and you get rid of all the corruption, and people actually acted on what they said they were going to act on. Do you think it would actually provide benefit to the country, or do you think it would provide what else did I say? Not well. Actually, first off, do you think it provides benefit to the country? And B, do you think that in turn votes would actually mean more than they do currently?
Sorry, can you still hear me? I had to jump off the headphones.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think that's kind of a two-part question.
Yeah, it
Number
is.
one, personally, I don't think that any politician, being a politician, has ever stuck to the things that they've said to get elected.
They haven't.
Number two, I think once you are elected, the first thing you focus on, and what you should focus on, is the re-election process, which, if it takes 2 years to run for president and you only have 4 in office, I think it's very important to focus on that first. Same reason why the person, in this instance Joe Biden, on his platform can promise a lot more action in his first 100 days, whereas Trump doesn't need that.
True.
And so I guess to answer your question,
Yeah, we're definitely playing hypotheticals here with the question, but like we're like, let's just say they act on the interest of the people. Let's just say.
um,
Do you think it would actually provide any benefit to the country?
yes, I think if Joe Biden were to act on what he's claiming for um, environmental sustainability and things like that, we could all benefit from that. Not to pick on Trump, but his immediate pullout of the Paris Agreement. You know, Obama spent 8 years to join that, and in Trump's first 100 days, that was one of his things that he would get rid of. I'm not convinced that Trump's first 4 years in office weren't to completely, disrupt whatever Obama had put in place. I think one of the biggest issues with all of this is that democracy is as slow as you could possibly be.
Sure.
Another thing is it's quite powerful when a president can appoint a Supreme Court justice because they have the ultimate say so in not legislation, but overall, uh, amendments in the way we view things. The last person to get this many Supreme Court nominations and appointments was Richard Nixon, staunch conservative. So I think that's another thing that will rile up voters, if you will, and that was another big thing as to why they wanted to postpone this particular thing. Now, I don't agree with them postponing it. I think, it is what it is. You can't really penalize someone for when they died.
Right,
So,
and then try and postpone a selection that.
Right, I mean, that's not what we have agreed upon. That's not democracy. That's not how it works. So I don't think, postponing that in any such way to wait for a potential new president, you can go back in the archives, and every president has delayed, not to switch the subject, but just to ask a question. If Trump were to lose tonight or tomorrow, whichever.
Yeah, or 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
If Trump were to lose, he still has 2 full months in office.
Right.
And he has the ability to sign some ridiculous executive orders.
Right.
If he chooses to do so, if he did lose, what's stopping him from doing so? What's stopping his realm of thought process as to what is capable of him in his position? I would argue that Trump has the greatest legal team in the world. So his lawyers are already hard at work, just in case. And then I would ask the question to you all: if Trump were to lose tonight or tomorrow in this process, do you all think, in good health, he might run again in 4 years?
No.
No.
Hell no.
It's
Hell
a quick
no.
no, so I'm gonna have to ask why.
I don't think.
No way in hell. There.
You want to go? You want to answer
Trust
first?
He's all right. So he's coming to this election already. Everybody's already doubting him because of the dementia shit and all this other stuff, right? Dude doesn't even know where he's at half the time. Doesn't even know who he's running against. The other day he thought he was running against George Bush. All right, now you look at his policy. That's just him as a person. Now let's look at his policies. Look at his policy about taxes. Then look at his run. Look at I keep saying running mate, but running mate would be Trump, right? Look at his who he's trying to get vice president. Kamala Harris. I think this is all a big ploy to put Kamala Harris in the chair.
Oh no,
That's
no,
what I
I think
think
you
it is.
may have misheard me. I think you misheard me. I said if Trump loses, would he run again in
Oh,
4 years?
Trump. Okay, my bad. I thought you said Biden, dude. My bad.
That's why I was like, that's a really quick no for
Yeah.
Trump. I
No,
was like, that's
okay.
a
I'm
really
still
quick
saying
no.
no. I'm still saying no.
No, I don't think Biden would ever run again. I don't think that's a thing. But I couldn't
Oh.
put it past Trump not to throw the idea out there as to maybe.
Yeah, my bad. I misheard you. Okay.
Oh, you good?
Yeah. No, Trump. Yeah. I can see. I can definitely see Trump do it. Yeah. Sorry, I went a whole like tirade about Biden, but yeah. Yeah. If Trump loses, I could definitely see him winning. I mean, not winning, but running 4 years from now. Yeah. Just because of his supporting cast. Look at his supporters. I've never seen supporters like this dude has supporters, bro. Like I don't know if it's just because this is like post Obama or what, but I think
I don't know. People, Obama supporters are pretty crazy, man.
Trump supporters, that's what I'm saying. It's just like when we were, I don't know if it was just because we were kids, but I don't remember people like presidential and political supporters being this crazy, bro. I
Right.
really don't. Not out in the open like this, like they are right now, bro. And I feel like after post 2008 and people started getting more in tune with politics and started getting more interested in politics, and that was also like our our crossover into adulthood to where we started getting more of a personal glimpse at politics as well.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the support has gotten like extremely just out of hand. Like like I always say, like I fuck with Trump. I just don't fuck with the Trump supporters, man. It's just because they're so fucking nuts. They're so crazy. But at the same time, you look at the Obama people, like they were nuts in their own way too. They weren't like, I don't think they're nearly how they are with Trump. Like I feel like we like the way Trump has supporters and followers. Like it is kind of scary, like how fast all these people just jumped on the Trump train. It's so crazy. But at the same time, I agree with a lot of his policies, but I agree with some of the stuff on the other side too. That like again, it's not the actual person. I think with the party and a party standpoint of what each party has and the things that they try and bring to, that's when to me I get super confused because it's just like how does one side stand for this and the other side stands for that? You know what I mean?
For sure.
But
That's an interesting point because I can't say I've thought of it exactly in this fashion, but in the same breath that you can say that people are so quick to jump on Trump or so quick to jump on Obama, I guess originally speaking, I thought maybe there's a race card involved with people just jumping to Obama without really understanding what he may or may not be saying. I think do you think that Obama, if you will, and or Trump, if you will, has become more of a brand rather than a form of ideology and what they actually stand for?
only for a time being, only while they're in office. I mean, how many people are really talking about Obama right now? You know what I mean? It's Biden Harris, I think once Trump is, 4 years from now, when Trump is actually leaving the White House, then it'll be one more year of that brand. I think I think post Trump we'll actually find out the answer to your question, because right now we're looking at it as one of those guys out of office, and we haven't heard anything about Obama ever since. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you go back to, let's say 2000, after like 2017, no one has really cared about what everybody's caring about what Obama's daughters are doing more than they care about Obama at this point. So, I mean, as a brand, I'll say for 4 to 8 years, yeah. But after that, after their presidency is done, I'd maybe a year after that, it's completely irrelevant. Yeah, everybody's on to the next person. You know what I mean? I think it's just like watching it's like watching Broadway, and or you could say a remake, because we're in an age of all these fucking remakes now, right? So it's like watching Broadway, where you get so used to this one person playing this main character for 8 weeks in a row, but then they're moving on to Hollywood. They're going. They're going on. They're going to do film now. But they're still going to keep doing Hamilton on Broadway in New York, right? So he's going to bring in the next person who can act and put them in that position, and people are still going to pay to watch Hamilton because people love Hamilton. And I think that's the same thing with politics. Is everyone is it's the never ending game in 2K. You're never going to put the sticks down. It's just going to be different players.
But do you think that, you know, just you can pick on not really like Barstool or Old Bro, but like the people that still purchased the Reagan Bush 1984? Do you think in 20 years people will still be waving the Trump flag and the Trump train and all that shit? Do you not see at least some form of connection in that fashion?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's the exact same thing as that. Like, I'd say it'll be the Bulls '98, flags and the Bull '98 banners and jerseys that you see around here. The Reagan Bushes, you know what I mean? It'll be something like that more than it would of an entire crowd of people gathering every year, wanting to try and pass a law for more years after 8 years. You know what I mean? And I think that it won't be as much Trump talk after his 8 years are done.
I'm not totally convinced that the Trump talk won't. I'm not saying it won't completely fizzle off, but I think it will take a while.
You said that it will what?
It will take a while, but
Yeah, for sure.
I think eventually it will fizzle off. But I just feel like just the word Trump, in liking or in disliking, excites so many people in so many different ways that it's hard to just let that name die off.
Oh, of course. Like again, I don't think that. I think with Trump, it'll be more of the. Now, again, this is my own personal belief that he's like Michael Jordan, but to some people he would be the modern day Michael Jordan of politics.
He's the modern day Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, you can make it. Yeah, you could probably make that comparison.
Literally to the extent of "Make America Great Again." That was Ronald Reagan's slogan. I mean, literally, like word for word. I don't know how that's still legal, but again, he's got the best legal team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, again, like you could make that comparison. You could definitely 100% make that comparison.
But on the opposite side, not just picking on Trump supporters, but you mentioned the name Hillary or just Clinton in general, and I mean, boy, you rile up the folks.
Yeah, hey.
I think you look back at it though. A lot of people regret supporting Hillary.
At least in Virginia, they do clearly.
I can't
A lot of people have regretted supporting Hillary after that election. Let me tell you.
I can't totally agree with that because, per se, I don't agree with Joe Biden. But, I didn't necessarily agree with Hillary Clinton. But if you got to lose your arm or your leg, are you taking your arm or you taking your leg?
True.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's why a lot of people, that's why they were pushing everybody to vote so much, because they know a lot of people feel like that.
Even though I think it sucks that we are stuck in this two-party system and that you do have a left or right, you have this or that. And I think that's really unfortunate, even from someone who likes to have a limited choice. Like when I have too many choices, I get flustered. I'm like, oh my God, someone picked for me. But then if there's only two, like I'm going to be very this or that.
But again, people are addicted to this because a lot of people, like, again, a lot of them, they aren't. I'm not saying we're not affected by this stuff, but because we are. But at the end of the day, it's like either way, what is supposed to happen? What the government, what Big Brother corrupt government really wants to be done, will be done, regardless. And I think that a lot of us, I think more people know that than we think. More people know that either way, this is all a ploy. at the end of the day. Like, this is all scripted, not completely scripted, but you know what I mean? This is all part of this big, massive fucking world domination plan.
Basically.
And if not world, at least country domination plan.
Oh, the country's already
You know what I mean?
dominated. It's
So-
gonna switch.
So but the point I'm trying to make is that more people, I feel like more people are aware of that and know that than they want to admit. You know what I mean?
Well, to
And
jump
the
in
fact,
on
but
that,
just because
at
it's
what
just because
point-
it's so much fun to play this game of politics, so much fun to say, "Oh, I stand for this and I stand for that, and I stand, by this person and that person." I think it's more fun for people to do that because, again, this is America. We love, football. We love all kinds of sports. Like, we're very competitive. And I'm not saying that other people around the world aren't competitive. We know that for a fact that there's other countries that are very competitive. But I feel like it's definitely like a pride thing that I know with this country is that we're very prideful people, very prideful bunch. So yeah, we're like at the end of the day, like, yeah, we know we're gonna be dominated. We're all slaves at the end of the day. But you know what? It's fun for me to go out there and stand in the cold and stand for, what I think I should believe in, or what I'm told to believe in, or what we're told through the media, what we're told in TV shows and movies to believe in.
True. I think that's a very, very deep conversation to be had. It could almost be in and of its own podcast. I mean, we know the people with
You
the
ain't wrong about
money
that.
control the power, and then they play Geppetto, and then we go from here, and then we end up with party affiliations, and then you have to vote for your party, or that you'll be crucified, if you will. And so where do the true personalities lie? And it's supposedly with the people, but if the people control the vote and they have the personalities, but they're voting for a puppet, at what point are the people the puppets as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And
so
that's the
that
last
is
thing we
what
want to
it
be, are
is.
puppets.
It's the last thing anyone wants to be. Everyone wants to think that they're the wolf among sheep, but at the end of the day, I think we're all sheep.
Of course.
Yes, of course.
That's a tough pill to swallow, but hey, it is what it is.
But look, that's
No,
why
I mean, it's the truth though. It's because there's at the end of the day, and let me tell you something. If anyone who thinks that they're not a sheep, at least I know I'm a sheep, but in less ways. But at the end of the day, a sheep is a sheep. I get it.
Right. You can be the
But
wolf of your
even people that
neighborhood or the
don't
wolf of
think,
your community, but in a sense of the grand scale of it all, like we're
Yeah.
all sheep.
yeah, and I feel like that for us that don't think that we are sheep in any way, you are about to find out soon, my friend. When these vaccines come out, these quote unquote vaccines come out, you're gonna find out very fast that you are a sheep. Because you're not going to be able to go to your local Walmart. You're not going to be able to even go to a mom and pop shop without these vaccines. You're not even going to be able to keep your job without taking these vaccines.
Right.
Yep.
And how long ago did I call this? As soon as they mentioned the word vaccine, I said this is exactly how
shit, we both
they're going to
said it
start
back in-
implementing all these chips and
y'all
all
on
this
that
other
Big
stuff.
Brother. Y'all on that George Orwell. I like it.
Yeah, we called that shit really in 2018, but
Yeah.
most recently in February.
Well, mostly you called that 2018.
But
Took me a while to catch on, but yeah.
but yeah, most recently in February.
Now
Yeah.
would be a good time for the viewers to go to your local library if it's open, which most of them are by now, and hopefully check out their version of Mr. Orwell's 1984. This would be a good time to do so.
Yes, should definitely go read that.
Perfect time to do that.
That's facts. Which is why we posted on the IG. Said make
All right, I know I commented
make Orwell
heavy on
fiction
that
again.
one.
Yeah,
I won't
bro.
say what I commented, but I know I commented heavy on that one.
Yeah, bro. Oh shit.
Because it's
Definitely-
coming, folks. It's coming.
It's coming. It's been here, but now it's really here.
Yeah, because at first you thought that telling me that they were putting these chips in the not only in the real ID things, but putting the chips into the your every time you renew your license or renew your plates, they put the chips in the little tag parts in there.
Really?
Yeah.
I was unaware of this.
They're going to start doing that in 2019. I knew that it was in the two states that I have lived in, which were
But was that
Virginia
like
and
a
Florida.
votable thing? Like could
No, no,
people
no, no,
say
no,
like,
no.
no, we don't want
This is
that?
this little article that I read saying that, but it's not too far off because of what we've seen, of what we've seen them pass, and what they've seen them do, especially in the DMV too. Like, there's some shady
Yep.
shit going on at these DMVs. Very, very shady shit.
Well, with the real ID, you won't be able to travel by plane throughout the country without a real ID.
False.
Which
I had to learn this the hard way. I went to my passport that I had expired when I was I guess younger than 16 or younger than 18, whichever. I had never left the country, so I had no real reason to renew it. And the lady, she kept it 200 with me at the post office that I went to. She was saying that the real ID, if you will, is just a ploy from the DMV and or the state. You know, you can argue it's the same thing. It is the same thing. It's just a way to get $35 out of you, honestly.
I mean,
if you're traveling in and of, even if it's still in the continental, or you know, if you want to fly to Hawaii or Alaska, like that's whatever. All you need is your traditional passport, like, and that's the same if you're flying international. And I live on a military base, so that's a special ID in and of itself. So even if I got a real ID, I still couldn't cross into a military base anyways. And so again, it's essentially a waste of $35 for anyone listening.
But for right now,
no, I was gonna.
I mean,
I
a
was even gonna.
passport will get you anywhere in the world, let alone
Right.
just travel to, you know, if you wanted to fly to hell, Maine, or I mean, you name the state. If you wanted to fly there tomorrow, all you need is your passport. And if you have a legal passport, you don't need a real ID. It's the same thing.
Yes, and that's
But-
because the passports will also have chips in them, or I think they already do. But my point was that if you don't have a passport, you have to have a real ID to fly by October 2021.
Yes, but
that
I would tell anyone listening to just get a passport.
right.
Then you can go anywhere in the world at any time in the world. Well, not necessarily right now with COVID being in the United States, but you don't need a real ID. Like, why would you want to carry around all these IDs if you could just have a passport?
but
But do you think that? Go ahead, Corey.
But with the real ID, they may not be implementing it right now. They may be saying, "Hey, for right now, you can get the real ID, and yes, we're trying to get $35 out of you." But who's to say that 2 years from now they don't make it mandatory that you have to have it, or a year from now? Because we've seen all this stuff go super fast. All these laws pass super fast.
Well, I would respond back to that with the fact that I just renewed my license as not a real ID, and
Right.
that doesn't expire for 8 years. So they'd have to wait until 2028 to force my arm into doing so.
That's true.
So that's not too bad though, given what they're going to be implementing here very soon, anyways. So I mean, again, if they're not going to get you in one way, they're going to get you in another.
Oh, they always will.
So even though they're going to wait 8 years with your driver's license or with your ID,
Your passport still chip.
everybody's going to still need a vaccine.
I'll say that again. Your passport.
Everybody still needs to change their license tags. You know, like there's a lot of ways.
Back to the ID, and I know at least I'm not completely sure with you, Neil. Jay, I know both our mothers are first responders, and they would be the first to be forced to take said vaccine.
Oh yeah.
Any thoughts, questions, opinions on that?
Holy shit. Yeah.
Ooh.
They're first in line, so you know.
Yeah. I think that's a tough one, man. That was a very, very, very tough one. Because again, like I'm not fully against vaccines, but I am against mass vaccination. If that makes sense.
Makes sense to
Like I
me.
feel like yes, as a first responder, then like I mean again, but I need to see the statistic though. I
I
need to
don't
see
know if my
the
phone is touching,
statistic
but
of
I'm getting a lot of like white noise.
how many first responders, statistically speaking, have contracted COVID from patients.
That I don't know. That's a stat that I don't even know
I'm
exists.
not sure. That's like a probably a state by state number that we'd have to sit here and add up.
Because if they're low, then I'm saying no, absolutely not. Like I don't feel like first responders should be getting vaccinated. But if the statistics are high, then who's for me to
But
say,
if they're saying take the vaccine or stay home without pay,
ooh,
what do you
yeah,
do?
People are gonna take the vaccine, and
yeah,
I think all of our mothers
Actually,
would
I
take the
mean,
vaccine.
nine
agree
times
or
out of
not, if
10,
your
we're all
job
taking the
and your
vaccine.
family's income is on the line, I mean, you got to do what you had to do for your family and for your income, and that's twisting your arm, if you will. But I also think about it as they would be the first, for lack of a better term, the guinea pigs in it all.
Them, I think they were saying that. I think actually, I don't know if it was Dr. Fauci's camp, but there was some camp that was saying we need to vaccinate uh, African Americans and first responders first. There was something we brought it up on a cast. I can't remember which one, and I can't remember what said it, but that was already kind of
That's concerning
already,
to me.
yeah, that rhetoric was already out in the world basically.
That is
and
very concerning to me.
and also I don't know if y'all know what New Zealand just did, but they are sectioning off people uh, who have yet to be vaccinated. What I guess what basically what they're going to do is they're going to section off people who have contracted COVID, and they've now separated them into these like quarantine cities until they I guess test negative and they can go back out into the world. They've
I,
taken it one step further than even like quarantining at your house.
how do you feel about that?
I think it's a soft step um to a bigger issue. I think they did it the soft way. I think that could easily turn into, oh, you haven't been vaccinated yet. Well, you're staying in this quarantine city until you get vaccinated. I think it'll turn from what it is now, which is stay here till you're negative, to stay here till you're vaccinated. Very very easily.
Mm. And what do you think about that? What do you think about staying there until you're vaccinated?
Staying there until you're vaccinated is way worse to me than staying there till you test negative. Way fucking worse. Because again, if you're in a quarantine city, and we all know the symptoms from COVID vary from person to person, right? Literally,
Yeah,
except the one thing that everybody seems to get is the lack of they lose their taste and smell. That's the one thing that and like loss of appetite. That seems to be the common theme. Um, but so if you have mild symptoms, but yet you still tested positive, and you got to sit in this fucking community with all these people who might be way more sicker than you.
yeah,
I guess if you have COVID, you have COVID, right? But again, I don't. Who's to say you won't get sicker from being around people who are sicker? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because again, we don't
That's
really
true.
know shit. We act like we don't really know shit about this virus, but I think we know a lot more than we let on.
To play into that and not to take it away from the election special, how many people, obviously hypothetical, how many people can you think that may have strong symptoms or knowingly contracted that, but they know, 2 weeks, not only self quarantining, but to take that pay
No
away
pay.
from them, what that may do to their family. And again, we already know that these people are typically minority based, living in higher member households and things of that nature.
Hmm.
And so, not only that in a personal level, but if these people know that they cannot afford to take off and they take that into their work environment, you can't necessarily call that selfish, but that increases exposure to, 10 plus other people. And then at what point does maybe one person test positive, but I don't know if you want to pick on restaurant, a bank, hospital, whatever that needs to stay open to create money, they can turn a blind eye to that at the safety risk of all involved. Any thoughts, opinions on that?
Jaron, I'll let you lay that one.
So I think that I could definitely see people doing that. I could see people, and again, I think it would also depend on how sick they get. Because if you say you contract COVID, or you have a cold or something, because again, COVID comes in many forms. So it could only seem like, oh, it's just a little cold, it's a sinus infection, whatever. Until I guess you lose your sense of taste and smell, and then that's when you probably go ahead and get that test, right? But I think it would depend on a, how impoverished you are, and b, how sick you are. So if you are if you legitimately can't take 2 weeks off of work, which the majority of people can't, um, and you get sick, but you feel like you can still work, I think a lot of people are going to do that. And I think that people don't really give a shit about about spreading COVID as much as they give a shit about, uh, you know, being able to, like you said, being able to support their family, being able to support, themselves and everything else. Um, well, I had another point to that, but I just fucking lost it. That's what I get for drinking too much whiskey tonight. What was I gonna say, man? Damn, yeah, I had another good point on that though, but I lost it. Fucking lost it.
So I'm gonna agree with you, and I'm gonna say this as well to kind of back it up. All the people that I know that went home for 2 weeks for COVID, I'm not gonna say where I work at or anything like that, but at my job and places surrounded by my job, were all younger people that lived with their parents, which is kind of shocking to me because I was like, in the county that I live in, it was one of the highest counties in America that caught COVID. And I thought to myself, there's no way it's all like, 19-year-olds and younger. And I thought, I see what it is, because it's the same mindset that I went into COVID with and went into quarantine with. I was out for 1 week. 1 week. Not with COVID, but out, once quarantine started, they laid us off for 1 week and then called some of us back.
Very
And after
lucky.
that 1 week, and after that, yeah, very, extremely. And
Yeah.
after that 1 week, I was like, when they called me back and said, hey, we're coming back, it's only going to be a limited amount of people coming back, whatever. I was like, word, I made the cut, cool. But in the back of my mind, I was like, even if I catch that shit, I ain't telling nobody, because that 1 week killed me. That 1 week with no pay killed me.
Exactly.
Right.
So
I know, Neil, you don't have any children. Like,
nah,
I
man,
know for a fact you don't have a family to like necessarily represent as the
nah,
strongest income.
Right.
nah. So, but even still, man, I'm like, bruh, like I ain't out here balling. You know what I mean? I'm like, bruh, I live paycheck to paycheck. So I was like, yeah, if I kept that shit, no one would know. No one's knowing. And like,
But
luckily I
let me
haven't
ask you
caught it,
this.
or maybe I don't know.
Let me
But
ask you, let me ask you this. What if you? I'm not trying to like put this into existence, but say hypothetically, somebody who were to have that same mindset, what if they got it and got actually pretty sick and couldn't go to work? Then
yeah, say that last part again.
So what if you got sick to the point where you couldn't go to work? Like not you, but like if you were, say,
I think at that
hypothetically
point
speaking, you
you'd
were in that
have to
position.
swallow the pill and
Yeah.
tell someone that yes, I do have strong symptoms.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, I guess what else could you do? I mean, you wouldn't want to go to work like I guess at a certain point you'd be too sick to work, but I can't remember
Yeah.
though.
So
Personally, I can't.
so you're
Okay,
saying if I did get if you got sick, went to work, and then realized that you were so sick that you couldn't work.
Yeah, then at that point
Well, yeah, obviously.
but I'm saying
I
would
mean,
you
it's
like
too late at
go?
that point. You have to tell them at that point. Be like, hey, dude, I can't work.
Yeah.
But if I had like a cough or whatever, if I could still work and still have it and still be okay, I would definitely do it. Again, like I know that sounds idiotic and stupid, but I don't know. Should we believe the statistics that they're saying about
That's
the
the thing.
ages between 18 and 32? You know what I mean?
Hold
Where
that thought on
you're pretty much.
statistics. I would only raise the question of at what point, like, yes, I need this money, I need these shifts, what have you. At what point does it put, like, yes, I don't have strong symptoms, but I may have something. At what point do you put your coworkers at risk that may or may not are probably going through the same level of stress and financial distress that you
Mhm.
are? At what point can you look at them and say, like, damn, like, this is more of a selfish opinion based on finances than I care about you and your family? At what point do
Once
you
it
draw that line?
So when you draw the where I would draw that line is, oh shit, I'm sick, I can't go to work. If
And
I'm
I think
coughing
that's
up
Jaron's
stuff.
point, though.
Mhm.
What you say? The spot?
But I think that's Jaron's point, is like you're too sick to go to work and you like finally realize that. But at what point have X amount of people at your job been exposed to not only what is potentially out there, but also you and what may be a confirmed case?
Oh, so you mean after you find out that you're super sick and can't go to work, then you
Right,
look
but
back
you
on
need
how
that
many
pay, and you're
coworkers?
just trying to downplay it, like, nah, it's allergies, or nah, I'm not sick, I got a runny nose right now, or you know what I mean,
Yeah.
I ate something funny last night, but in reality, you're like, damn, I've been sick for 3-4 days now.
Mhm. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, again, like to me, I draw that line at, excuse me, like that. Like that's how I feel. Like if I feel like, oh shit, fuck, I can't go to work because I'm sick. I actually think I have COVID, or I know I have COVID. You know what I mean? Then it's like, okay, yeah, all right, I don't go to work. But if I'm like, damn, all right, I got a little cough, like I got a little cough, whatever, I could probably go to work. Like, even though in the back of my mind, you could probably think, okay, I might, there's a slight chance I might have it compared to, oh shit, I'm pretty sure I have it. You know what I mean? Like, I think the line is right in between that. You know what I mean? Like, that's where you cross that line is when you know for sure, you're like, okay, something is wrong. You know what I mean?
I
But because
question how many
at the end of the
people.
day, you gotta, at the end of the day, I mean, finances are a bitch, bro. Like bills
Boy,
are a bitch. You know, like how many people actually have, landlords that had the forgiveness stuff, back in March, and when was it? What, March and April and May and all
It was
that?
like March through parts of June.
Yeah,
Well, no,
so
I
like
guess
March through June.
I guess it went through. How long did the extra shit in unemployment last? Because that's how long the forgiveness shit lasted too.
That was like March. I think the unemployment stuff was like March to June or something like that.
Something like that.
But
March.
but
banks
for
and
a
things
number of
still
months.
offer forgiveness plans. If you're curious, all banks still offer forgiveness plans
Okay.
But
to this day.
what about your average landlord? What about some of these dormitories and stuff like that? Like,
That one's more situational.
yeah,
I can't,
I
but
mean, I
as a,
mean,
like, financial institutes, they are still forgiving COVID impacted people.
yeah,
Okay.
but we're talking about the big bills, the big joints, right? The
The
rent,
big
stuff like
bills, I know that's right.
that.
Blue
Yeah,
face,
like
baby,
we're talking about like the rent or the mortgage, like
for sure.
those. Because yeah, of course, car insurance. Yeah, of course they did that, whole thing for a few months. A lot of insurance places, I think most insurance places, legally had to do that because it was a national pandemic, which no one ever predicted. So, but it is written, in fine print on pretty much every insurance contract that given a pandemic of any sort, you're relieved of paying however much, whatever. That aspect, yeah. But when it comes to rent, when you have to pay rent, you got to pay mortgage, stuff like that. Like, it's not. At the end of the day, I know this sounds idiotic and stupid, but you got to be realistic. At least I'm being realistic. You know what I'm saying? In the back of my mind, in those months, I was like, even if I got it, if I'm not dying, or I'm not, if I'm able to go to work, and I know that I'm not going to be touching a lot of people, which I don't touch people anyways, I should be okay. You know what I mean? Now, again, if I'm coughing, if I'm, obviously staying home, fuck it. I'll find some way somehow to whatever. But I mean, we got to be realistic, man. Majority of Americans, majority of adults, and who's to say that that's not the reason why we're in this predicament that we're in right now? Is because there were people out there that actually had it and still went to work with it. You know what I mean? Which it's
Right. I think my
but
mic drop point might be I think we should all try and focus on how germs work and how they spread and not reside on the media to answer those questions for us. Like, we need to just kind of take it with a grain of salt and be like, yo, germs are out there. They're more easily spread than you can ever prevent, and go with it and still take the proper precautions. However, understand that it's on such a microscopic level that the hand sanitizer, the gloves, the face mask, all of that, they do their part, but they are never going to be 100%.
oh, of course. I mean, I mean, look at what the CDC did too.
I
A
mean,
couple
they've
months
been
ago.
shifting this whole time because we're
Yeah,
all, if you will, guinea pigs in this whole situation. They're growing just like we are. We're understanding everything. We don't want to seem naive and we don't want to seem overconfident, but at the same
yeah,
time, I think I can probably speak for everyone that we're all kind of over this shit. Whether we've had someone impacted or a death or what have you, we've all been through different circumstances, but we're all kind of over this shit.
yeah.
For sure. 100%. Um, I was gonna say something to the effect of
We're coming up on
the
a new hour. Or have they released any new state information on the election?
No, except for Trump won Missouri 24 minutes ago.
I just he caught Missouri. I'm curious on Michigan, and it looks like Virginia is still up for grabs. Texas and Florida still up for grabs. Those are huge states. And what I'm more curious about Ohio. Ohio is a huge one.
Yep.
I don't know. It's Virginia still up for grabs?
I'm not sure for a fact. What I'm seeing on what I'm watching, Virginia is currently blue, but I'm not convinced that it's a confirmed state. It seems to be maybe too close to call or still counting.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Right now,
I'm curious which web page are y'all following?
I'm
That's
on New York
displayed.
Times, so I don't know how credible they are with the election stuff. But I just get the updates on it.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
curious. Is there something like a BBC that's following along, like an outside source that
yeah, that's what I was
only?
wondering. 'Cause I don't know. Like I just didn't want to click on like Fox or like any of the big ones because
Yeah, for what I
they
know,
seem to
like Fox
skewer
and
the
CNN,
numbers.
MSNBC, like they're gonna be persuasive on what they're following, but
Facts.
they may have the most up to date numbers.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm gonna look for one right now, but I looked earlier and they were mostly fairly biased uh, result or
Because
outlets.
I know Fox will be biased. And I know CNN's gonna be biased.
Oh, CNN, from what I've been watching, has been extremely vocal about Democrat.
Yep.
So the Guardian has one, but they're sort of biased. So
Who?
the Guardian. I'll send you the
Oh,
link if you want to look at this one.
you say they're
Not
biased?
as, I mean, they're not as bad as New York Times, but and they also have the numbers as 135, 108, which whereas New York
Wait, so
Times
I'm
has it
kind of
at
lost. Who's
131.
New York Times biased on?
Liberal.
Democratic, bro. It's in the name.
Oh, I mean, I don't get the joke in that. Just because it's New York.
Yes.
New York Times is quite liberal. I mean, that's what I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I'm watching CNN and they're still focusing on Fairfax County in Virginia. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, that's a big swing. Is that like I think it's the most populated county in the state of Virginia.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I'll say for New York Times to be a biased
I can't speak on their
journal,
level of bias, but
they
everyone
seem to be
is
favoring Trump
in
in
and of
this.
themselves a biased person, and so I like it is what it is. You have to take it with a grain of salt. That's why I'm looking for like an international sort or source, I guess, that's
Yeah, like an
sorting
outside.
through it
Yeah,
all and just speaking on live facts.
yeah,
Yeah.
And I don't think we have that in the United States. Like BBC,
No.
probably the last thing BBC wants right now is to follow the fucking U.S. election. Sorry for dropping
yeah.
that F bomb.
Hey, Corn, I dropped the link to the Guardian one in the
All
private
right,
chat.
hold on. I just clicked on the Virginia one again, and it still has Trump winning the majority vote.
I mean, Virginia's not a
Remember when
huge
I clicked
one.
earlier and it was at like 900 and like 800. Now Biden's at 12. No, he's at 1.2 million, and Trump's at 1.4 million with
Virginia's not a
52%.
huge swing state, but 13. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's nuts,
Especially when
man.
some states are pulling 3.
Yeah,
Oh, I see what they're fucking doing. So the Guardian actually has a reason for why they're calling states early. They said Virginia has been called for Biden because AP expect him to lead in the final vote count. So they're calling states prematurely because apparently only 58% of the votes in Virginia have actually been counted.
As in Associated Press, which is a totally different media source that we could be following.
True.
So if we have access to that, can y'all pull that up?
wait, say that again.
AP,
So
to
they've
my
only
knowledge,
counted
would stand to Associated
54%.
Press, which is a different sort of news media that you can follow.
See,
But
they don't
so
they don't have a live counter though.
with the information you just said though, with the 52%, they just counted Virginia. So not even majority or barely majority of votes.
58% of the votes counted. Yeah, and Trump's up by 6% right now.
Back to my original point, I think it again, like with a lot of early voting and things, there's that, but
Right.
Augusta County doesn't have nearly as many people to report as Fairfax County. And if this is a clearly red county versus a clearly blue county, but there's a significant number difference and you have
True.
to get them right, yes, red would take the quick lead, but don't call it a comeback, yada,
Right.
yada.
Because Fairfax will have more people.
So back to what I'm currently watching, CNN has the confirmed total as Biden at 192 and Trump at 108, and we all know the magic number is 240 or 270.
Has Biden at 92?
192, yes, but they're assuming the West Coast. Obviously, there's the only thing confirmed that we know. Again, if
Oh, we just got
voting
a bunch
polls
of
close
updates,
at
by the
8
way.
o'clock, we'd be naive to think that you can count 1 million votes closing at 8 o'clock in 2 hours.
We just got a bunch of updates.
At
By the way.
each top of the hour, that's the time to chime in, and we're right on that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, I know with the New York Times, with them, I'm just not finding out their bias, so I have to. Yeah, I'm looking for other sources, but right now they have Biden at 205 and Trump at 112. But that doesn't sound right.
Did you
I
look
think
up the Guardian
for
one?
the sake of the numbers, I think you could pick, your favorite or least favorite one of these: CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, whatever. I think you can just watch one and follow along. They're going to have the most current numbers. Whatever they're trying to tell you is one thing, but they might have the most current numbers just because of the size of their station and network and things like that.
Yeah.
There's
I
going
will
to be a
say-
lag in any of it, though, obviously.
Right. I will say though, as of right now, it looks no different than it did 2016. As
I
of
think
right
it's
now.
county by county is the major differences in the 2016 versus this current election.
That's fair.
Louisiana being red is a tough loss for Biden. I'm seeing it as red. I don't know if it's confirmed, but I'm saying Louisiana is red, which is a tough loss for the Democrats.
Yeah, it's red. I'm saying it's red too. 77% vote counted, and Trump's got 62%.
Jared, I'm hearing you with a lot of static.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's just me or.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit there, bro. Can still understand you, but not very well.
Looking for election some better election coverage. Got a bow with me, eh?
Yeah, Whiff will say.
Oh no, that's not the site. Fuck. Oh shit, they got Nancy Pelosi up here. On these.
It's a hard pass. That's a hard fucking pass.
So it looks like Trump is going to win Florida and Texas.
Yeah, see, that's how many fucking points is that right there?
Oh wow.
Florida's 29. Florida's 29 and Texas is 38. So that's fucking what, 66?
Yep.
So that would put Trump at 178. And Biden would still be ahead even if Trump gets those two. So like Dole was saying, man, Ohio, that's gonna be a big one.
Yeah.
And currently Trump's ahead with 91% of the votes counted in Ohio.
What an election this is, man. Let me tell you, bro. So apparently Democrats won the House.
Actually, you know what? There is a difference this year. Iowa's currently blue. And Minnesota. Whereas last year, 2016, Minnesota was blue and Iowa was red. So Iowa's a change as of right now, as in the projections anyway.
Damn.
Yeah.
So that's 2 so far.
Yeah. Yeah, Trump is winning in Ohio, but Biden's getting Iowa. So Iowa's only 6 and Ohio's 18. So
Wow. I can't believe this, dude. This is
Dole dropped off. Shit. Later, bro.
this is gonna be I don't know, man. Could Biden win?
I don't know, bruh. I don't know. We have hit our third hour, folks. So if you're still with us, shout out to you. Um, if you feel so inclined to join in on a discussion,
I can't believe we
uh,
even got the 3 hours.
I know, I know, bro. Shout out to Dole for showing up and reviving us a little bit, for sure. Um, yeah, if anybody else is wanting to hop on and chat a little bit, speak now, forever hold your peace, because I don't think we're gonna be running too much longer here. But we're gonna
I
ride
do
this
want to
wave
go
a little
back
bit
to a
longer, I
comment
think.
though, real quick.
Uh-huh.
So I think so about the mental health check thing before they run.
Uh-huh.
Because I think both Biden now again, this goes back to the question that Trump, well, not Trump, the question that Dole that Dole asked earlier about. I don't know. I can't believe I called it Trump. That Dole asked earlier about when he said, remember when he said fuck, what did he ask? He asked about, yeah, he said, do you think that if Trump loses, would you see him running again 4 years from now? And I think from that comment from earlier
I
about the
don't.
mental health check, I think that 4 years from now, if Trump loses tomorrow or this week or whatever, 4 years from now, if he tries running again, I think he wouldn't pass that mental health check either. I don't think
Mhm.
Biden or Trump would be able to pass that
Mhm.
mental health check by the time they implement it, because if they implement it, it will be 4 years from now or a
Probably,
later
yeah.
election.
Yeah. I agree. And I don't think Trump will run again just because I think that he's serving his purpose now. Not and if and by that I mean he's either going to get reelected or uh he did his job in helping divide the country as is Joe Biden. To then whoever becomes in next, again the agenda will continue. But yeah, I don't think I don't if Trump loses, I don't see him running again because also I feel like he lost a lot of money becoming president, right? Like, let's be honest here. Like he put a lot of shit aside to become president.
Yeah,
And I think that even him becoming president at all is probably the biggest thing he ever would have thought he would do. I mean,
yeah,
how much bigger can you get than a president? I guess you can start working for the powers that be, which I guess you arguably already do as a president.
well,
So
he already
you know,
stopped that a long time ago.
right.
But
But we got
again,
Dole back.
to raise the question of as well, you just said it yourself. You said, I guess him becoming president is the ultimate position you can hold as an American.
Hmm.
And I think that although yes, he put a lot of business aside, you don't think he's still making money? You don't think he's still making money right now? Because he is. And let's play the game and say legally, because he's legally not supposed to be making money, but we know who Donald Trump is. We
I
know
don't think
what
it's illegal to say
we
like
know.
his side business endeavors making money takes away from that because like him or not, he has not taken any money, as in the $400,000 that's allotted annually
True.
to the president. He has written off those checks
Why would he?
to different organizations, and that's one
Right.
of his like saving graces. I haven't taken a penny since I've been in office. But
That's true.
everyone knows, like, if you're a senator, you have $1 million in the bank. Like, everyone knows that. So why do you need to take this income?
Exactly. This dude came in as a billionaire. Yeah,
My
of
phone
course,
died.
of
My bad. I'm
course,
just jumping back in.
You good?
of course, he would say, okay, you want to pay me $400,000, and I could possibly be ridiculed for that. No thanks. When I already have way so much more put aside. Again, legally, to the public eye, yeah, he's not making money, but we all know that as a billionaire, you're still making money. You're making
Yeah.
money when you're in your sleep. That's what got you to be a billionaire to begin with. Is you created this algorithm for you to continue to get paid even when you're not working. So the fact that this dude, he could still be running business. I'm pretty sure, because then he have to hand all his business down to like his kids or something, right? Or to like some close
Something like that.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Something like that.
CEOs or something like that. So like he's still, once he's done with his president, he can go back. And who's to say he'll even go back? Because like you said, Jaron,
He might
the
retire.
ultimate the ultimate position of an American is being president. Once he's president, and he's old as shit too, so
Right.
he's done it all. He's done.
He's made the
I
statement
would say,
that if he isn't reelected, that he would leave the country. Not saying that that wouldn't be to a U.S. territory, but he has made the statement that he would leave the country.
I don't blame him.
I don't think that's happened. I don't think that's happening.
I wouldn't see it. Again, I'm not opposed to the fact that if he did lose, that he wouldn't run again in 4 years. Because, again, saying so, it would only be about 2 years before he would announce that he would be running again.
I would say this: if Trump loses in this election and he leaves the country, that's a message for us to
Yeah.
also get passports and leave the country.
Mine's on the way.
Because my only thought with him leaving the country is he's leaving the country to watch the world burn. Because there's no reason to leave the country just because you didn't win.
Watch the world burn as you have lit the spark.
Yeah. That's what I believe. That's what I really believe. I believe if you see the president leave the country after he loses
That's never been
a
done.
run and he just leaves, yeah, that's code for everyone to get their passports like yesterday, vaccine or not, and leave.
Like no president after any loss or after any circumstance, any impeachment or anything has ever left the country, even at will or been, forced to. Like some people are exiled or whatever, but that's just totally unheard of. But if you
Yeah.
got the bag, I mean, hey, I can't tell you to stop.
Yeah.
All right.
But I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen traditionally that we're seeing now with Trump. And
I'll raise a new
Biden as well
question.
with all his commentary and his comments throughout his rollout of his candidacy. Like it's to me it's sickening what it's what both of them have done is somewhat sickening in their runs, period, and their
Oh,
political runs in
absolutely. The
general.
things that they have said and during their political careers, for sure. They're
Yeah.
both, whatever.
Yep.
I
But
would
I think
say,
I think Trump's playing the game just a little bit better, and I know that sounds terrible, but he's playing the game a little bit better than what Biden is doing because again, he can get away with saying stuff like, I've done more for black people than more black people than anyone else since Abraham Lincoln. He can get away with saying that because of his supporters, because of who's going to correct him. But when Biden comes out and says, oh, I'm running against George Bush, I mean, my granddaughter, oh, I mean, Trump, like it's like you can't really help him at that point, like you really can. And then when he comes out and says, oh, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black, and it's like now you're saying that we can't think for ourselves. But again, who was saying that? No one was saying
imagine
that.
if
Everyone
Obama
was
said, if
saying.
you don't vote for me, you're not black. Imagine if Obama said that.
And again,
I would feel the same way.
I would say the exact same thing, but it would be the same thing that we heard on the mainstream media that we heard when Biden did it. It was, oh, he said that. Oh well, and everybody looked over it. It became a meme and it became a clip for like what 2 weeks, and then people forgot about it. And to me, that's something
Bingo.
that's something
Quick
that I
to
can't.
forget.
That's the one thing. It's just like I'm just like, how can people forget that? How can people look over that? It's the same thing with what Ebro said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
Again, they're quick to forget, man. I think that was my original statement when I jumped in on this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was.
everybody's super quick to forget about what this dude has said, what Kamala Harris has done in her political run. Period.
I got a like a more fresh question. Um, Nonetheless, if Trump wins, what have you, in 4 years from now, we'll be seeing at least two fresh faces and what would probably entail four fresh faces. What can we expect to see? What would you all like to see? Anything like that?
Mm.
Do you think we get more youthful? Do you think we have two old white men representing us? I mean, where are we going?
Whew. Corn, you want to go first, or shall I?
No, no, I'm kind of curious what you're gonna say.
So I see it going a couple different ways. Yes, you're right. We would have fresh faces. I think that Kamala Harris would run again. I don't see Hillary running again.
I don't think
Uh,
Hillary will run
I
again.
think she's done. I think Kamala would run as president, not as vice president. And I can't really say on the Republican side because again, a lot of those, nobody really ran on the Republican side this year for obvious reasons, right? So I would have to see what sort of candidate comes out of the woodwork for the Republican candidacy because a lot of
What
those
age would you predict that they might be?
they'd be old. I'd say between like 50 and 65. Actually, no, I'll say between 45 and 65. Yeah,
I think we're gonna get our youngest president next term.
I think we'll get
Younger
our
than
youngest
Kennedy?
president. How old was Kennedy again?
Roughly 42.
Right. Okay.
Obama was, I believe, the second youngest.
I think so. I think that shit and put age on it. I
Age
again,
isn't a significant factor when
is.
I vote. I mean, how can you have a 70-year-old white man tell an 18-year-old woman what to do with her body? I think that's a tough question.
Yeah, that I don't know about that one, but but yeah, I think we will see a young president. I will say that. Now, and I wonder how old Kamala is. She's in her 40s, right? Gotta be 40s or early 50s.
Roughly 40.
Yeah, I don't think
She's
she's.
fairly young,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
definitely think she would make another run at it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
Hillary, I think, is done.
Yeah.
I think my wild card factor would be Michelle Obama. I'm not convinced that she wants to run, but she
Oh
would
no.
be a
Oh no.
candidate
Oh
nonetheless.
no. Oh no. Now I'm not saying no from a personal standpoint. I'm saying no from outside looking in and looking at what all the hate that fueled so many again, I'm not trying to say, like
She'd
let the
be
racists
hard
win,
pressed to
but
follow Trump.
we've seen so much shit happen and so much shit that could have happened while Obama was still president.
I mean, they
And then
crucified
having his
Obama.
wife
They
run,
did him
ooh,
as dirty as you can do
man,
him
dude.
dirty, and to put his wife through that ringer
Yeah.
would be arguably insane. But I
But
can't say that maybe in 10 years Michelle Obama could make a run at it.
Eh,
I
I
think
don't know, bro.
I think you're gonna have people coming out the woodwork to stop that, to put that to the halt.
But
I
remember
truly
how
now again,
few.
it's
Just
unfortunate.
remember, one vote counts as one vote. And so these
Yes.
hicks coming out the woodworks cannot account for how many people do actually support her and her husband's legacy.
Yeah, again, I'm not talking about votes. I'm talking about people coming out the woodwork to put a halt to it. There's gonna be shit happening in the streets if she even comes close to trying to run as a candidate. I'm telling you right now. Like, and again, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but we live in a fucked up world where people will literally, trust me. I've seen where people have. And I've seen this shit in person where people have said shit about her in front of me. for no reason, just because she was associated with Obama, just because she is
So
Obama's wife.
smooth
I'm talking about over the
transition.
years. You know, like this is like years and years. Like it's like almost 10 years of bullshit that people have said about Michelle Obama when she had, the real Obama, the one that should got shitted on was the one that was in office, not his wife. You know what I mean? His wife shouldn't. You know what I mean?
I wish they said
But
that shit about Trump's wife. Smooth transition though. I got lucky enough to tour the White House on this past Friday, actually. And
Word.
every business in a shoutable distance of the White House was prematurely boarding up their business residents, what have you, in anticipation for what's going down. Agree, disagree? You think they're acting prematurely? Do you think it's the right move as a business owner? Like, I mean, political unrest is out there, but is that the correct action? Any thoughts, opinions?
so a funny story.
I mean,
Funny story.
I
You mentioned
literally
that.
watched them drilling the plywood. Like, I live here. Like, I see this.
Yeah.
What?
So I did a video on that earlier because George Washington University came out and with their statement and earlier and talked about
They're
that.
quite removed from the Capitol Hill. I mean, they're
But
take you
they're
about a
talking
mile to
mostly
walk.
about DC, about the boarding up and preparing for uh not necessarily chaos, but can't think of the word right now. But
The looting and the
they're
rioting.
preparing for the aftermath of the results. And my opinion on that is this: when the votes aren't counted, they aren't fully counted until it's at least going to be a few days, right? Maybe a couple days.
I can't say a few days. I think we'll know a winner by what we observe on the Eastern Coast as I would say by Wednesday at noon on East Coast time, we will know a winner.
So tomorrow by noon.
I would anticipate we would know a solidified winner.
So to say that they're prematurely doing this, I don't know. But again, I mean, it's not too late, obviously. But I feel like they already got National Guard standby. They already got all these military groups standing by, police departments standing by everywhere. If Big Brother corrupt government wants to cause chaos, it's gonna happen regardless. Boarding up. I mean, again, you got to be as safe as you can. So yeah, I mean, boarding up your business, cool. But again, I mean, I guess maybe on the bright side, you're better being safe than sorry.
I feel like though if this Big Brother, national security aspect is still involved, like the intimidation tactics used with the helicopter flyovers and things that we've known have been effect in the past with these social justice protests that have been happening across the past 6 months. But once people's votes are cast and the ballots are counted, and then people protest, violent, non-violent, what have you, I'm not sure that you can still imply the National Guard in effect. I'm not sure that you can still have these same intimidation, confrontations. I just don't know. I don't know what defense mechanisms that the National Guard has in place, or obviously the person that commands them to do so. I'm not sure what they have in store, but if it's a political, you know, people see the outcome and they react to it, it's not the same as a social injustice issue.
True.
I can kind of see that. I can see that. Hmm. Um, it's like Jersey says. I think Alan West should run for presidency next year on the Republican side. Um, I'm not too familiar. I think I've heard a little bit of him though. Have you? Are you familiar with Alan West?
I am not actually whatsoever. I have 0% knowledge.
Okay. I think I've heard of him. I think he's okay. I'd have to look a little more into him.
I
But
know Alan West. I don't want to say it incorrectly, but I know Alan West as a play on character from the Fairly Odd Parents cartoon. That's where I know Alan West.
Maybe it's the same one. I don't know.
But if it's a real person, hey, I'm down to at least listen to what this person's about. But
Right.
to my knowledge, that's all I know.
Right.
It's weird you mention that because I saw the name Tommy Tuberville earlier, and I remember a coach from Texas Tech named Tommy Tuberville from like years ago.
Yeah, hey, that's a throwback right there.
Yeah, and I was like, there's no way that Tommy Tuberville, the old Texas Tech, coach, just ran for Senate in like Arkansas or somewhere.
No way.
I was like, there's no fucking way. So it's like once the stream is done, I have to look that up and see if it's actually him. That would be wild if it was, but.
I wish I had $1 for every person named Tommy in the state of Texas.
I'm weak.
I'm dead.
We could break bread out here, brothers. We could break bread.
Hell yeah. Revex Content says, "Hell no, it's not premature." I can't remember which point he was talking. Which point he's talking about on that one. And then he also said it's called necessary precautions. I think that's when you were talking, Dole. But
is it premature for them boarding up and things like that?
Oh, right.
I mean, if I'm a business owner, I would totally agree. Like, go ahead.
If I had a business over there,
and save my this is my investment. Oh, yeah. This is my capital. Like, this is everything I'm trying to recoup. Like, trust me, I would board it up as well.
Oh yeah,
because I understand the political unrest of the nation. But I can't sit here and lie to you and say that I haven't had ex-coworkers in my group chats and things like that asking, at 9 a.m. this morning, like, y'all going to DC tonight, just in anticipation, win or lose, of their candidate's party. Like, they're willing to ride or die for this shit.
It's just
and
wild.
Then you can make the play on, are you really riding for political aspects, societal aspects, or are you just trying to go fuck some shit up?
A little bit of both, and we've
a little bit of all that. It seems like.
Yeah,
but
and we talked. I was just gonna say we talked previously on this cast about agent provocateurs or agents of chaos, where they've been used since the 60s protests.
Man, I haven't heard the term agents of chaos in so long. That's refreshing.
Yeah. But we talked in a few casts about how they have been basically inciting these riots and this looting and stuff, especially in Minneapolis. And I mean, like I said, they've been used since the freaking hippie protests in the 60s. So
I'm sure I'm late to the podcast and y'all talked about this. I jump in when I can, but a city like Minneapolis, and we can locally play that. A city of Minneapolis is a refugee, fit, safe ground, if you will. Like, just like Harrisonburg is where we know, it's a city of mass cultural differences. Yeah. It's quite liberal, it's accepting, and it's much larger than Harrisonburg, if you want to just pick on that aspect. But at the same time, the residents that have been there for a while are these predominantly white people that may or may not accept change in a way that we are accustomed to it. And so, like, as a local aspect, seeing it on a small scale, what do you think about a city like Minneapolis that's so much bigger, but seems to be going through the same, differences that we see on a local basis?
So go back real quick and define, what do you mean by they're not so acclimated to change that we're so used to?
No, I'm not saying that necessarily. I'm saying if we pick on Harrisonburg as a local, commodity that we know and understand, it's a
Yeah.
melting pot. It is an immigrant safe ground. People have come to this area for whatever reason, and there's a large Hispanic community, there's a large East African community, there's a large European community, there's obviously the large white community that has been here for quite a long time, there's a large African American presence or black presence, whichever you prefer to call it. Again, we pick on my future or past reference. In the same scale.
It's African X.
But Minneapolis is like a large version of Harrisonburg. Minneapolis, they get the aspect of, migration through the Mississippi River. Like, you can go that far, and it's a safe haven for immigrants of any, nationality that have come to the United States. But it's one of those melting pots. But what, think about what you thought about Minnesota 15 years ago. Seems like a whole bunch of white people up here stuck in the cold weather, and they probably aren't as adequate to change as we might be here in Virginia, where we notice a melting pot. I don't know. Even the people that live outside of the city limits of Harrisonburg, we all know, are quite conservative and are quick to throw up those signs that may or not mean hatred, may or not mean a certain type of nationality. And
So
this
what
is the
exactly?
same city that we would see George Floyd murdered in. And so these same people show these signs of political and societal unrest, but we can sit here removed from the situation and understand we have this on a smaller local scale, but at what form are we the same entity? And just not on a smaller scale.
So
Like,
are you?
in Harrisonburg, we have not seen a George Floyd be murdered,
Okay,
but
so
we
so
can
you can
understand
make this
that.
comparison. You can make it a comparison of Charlottesville, possibly.
Oh, bingo. Oh, we can pick
Yeah,
on that
Charlottesville and
all day.
Minneapolis.
yeah, yeah.
This
Um,
was the
I was about to say
rally
something like
point
that. Yeah.
of the Ignite the Right, the alt right. Like, if you want to think of any.
and also brought Virginia their first back-to-back winning seasons in football.
Yay, wahoo wah.
Oh shit.
Sorry,
But
I had to throw that. Me being a
hey,
Hookie, I had to
Of
throw that in
course.
there.
if
Sorry.
you
Of
will,
course.
though, but if you want to think of the average listener, the average American, the average whatever, if you want to think of where would a white supremacist rally take place in the United States, do you think 99% of the listeners would pick Charlottesville, Virginia, or Virginia even at all?
No, personally, no. I wouldn't have thought.
You would think, maybe something, maybe like Alabama, Mississippi,
Right.
Texas, something like that. But let us not forget the capital of the Confederacy lies here in our own state
That's
of
true.
Virginia. But even still, people felt comfortable enough to show out the way that they did here in not only, obviously, as we reported earlier, one of the most liberal cities in Virginia, Confederate capital of Virginia, in Richmond.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And obviously, as we can pick on earlier in the podcast, Richmond is always blue.
Yep.
But was that always the case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's true shit. That's
Where
true
does
shit.
but I'm saying with the Minneapolis thing, at what point is there that political shift? Like, Minneapolis, I would guess, as a city and a county, would vote very blue. But we all as a nation watched what happened to George Floyd.
Yeah.
I just want
Yeah.
some thoughts, opinions, even interjections, emotions, what have you, on that subject.
I'm struggling to figure out which like what that point would be. Like do you like I don't know if it would be, a mass shooting that was then claimed to be out of, racial hatred, or if it's just going to be more and more little pop-ups of this police brutality shit, like we've been seeing. I think if we were to see that massive shift to where something like what happened in Minneapolis would happen, you know, like basically like what happened in Minneapolis to happen in a smaller place like a Harrisonburg, it would have to be like epic proportions type shit. It would have to be like a gang of whoever the fuck just going and wreaking havoc in the name
My,
of, you know, whatever racial tension or whatever racial, division whatever they're trying to use.
if we're talking about the tipping point for America, it would be much. I feel like it would take a little bit more than it would for like a state, like especially for Virginia. Let this happen. Let something else happen in Virginia, and I guarantee you, shit. I mean, we've already seen shit turn sideways because of what happened in Charlottesville. But now, let's say something happens to dear old Harrisonburg. Something happens to that city or town, then Virginia. I don't know, man. This could be the tipping point for Virginia as a
Could be.
state. Now let's take it to the grander scheme of things. If
It would
something,
be, yeah.
if brutal, listen, man. As much discourse in America that these police brutality, I can never say the fucking term, police brutality, um, uh, crimes have happened. I mean, it's been a million of them over the past few years. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So, damn, did he drop out again?
Yeah, I think it did.
Yeah. Um, but
Yeah.
I mean, to answer his question, hopefully he'll still see this at some point. But at the end of the day, like the grand scheme of things, it's going to take more than that because I feel like at this point, unfortunately, where the actions, the fact that police are killing black people, I feel like while a lot of people try and make it seem like it's they're concerned and stuff like this. I feel like people just want their voice heard, man. They don't really care what the fuck it is. And I think that you're going to need something
Yeah.
more serious. And again, as serious as that is, I'm not trying to say that it's not serious, but we are so desensitized, man. Us as a country, our citizens, we are so desensitized when it comes to police brutality. When it comes to watching not just a black man, but watching a human being being slowly killed by another human being. Like now that's in our brains. Now we're even more desensitized for the next time that happens. So I feel like the tipping point will have to be something that everyone agrees is such a terrible act that then like deep inside yourselves, everyone's saying this is so bad, this is so terrible. But at the same time, then you have to go into Republican mode or Democrat mode and see, okay, which leader is going to say this was a good thing, this has happened, so that I can make sure that I'm not on the wrong side, so that I am on the right side. And I think that is what's going to truly, because we know for a fact there is going to be a civil war in America at some point if us as human beings do not off ourselves in the 70 ways possible that we could possibly off ourselves as a human race in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
But Neil, I would have to push back in.
I mean, we're already getting there. We're already killing ourselves with
I'm trying to
everything.
condense it. I would have to push back in the matter of. I mean, listen, I'm a white guy, but
Yeah.
seeing a man lay his knee into a man who's pleading to just simply get up and be arrested in a normal fashion,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's only pleading to just simply just let me up and arrest me like you would any other person. I mean, and this person had his knee in his neck. He's begging for help. He literally called for his mother,
Now, I'm
who
not,
had already
I'm not
passed
trying to
away.
I'm not trying to justify this. But did you watch the footage that they released before that? The footage
Yeah, I
they
mean,
released of what happened
if
before
you
that?
want to put your knee in this man's neck for 8 minutes because he may or may not have paid with the fake $20 bill, I mean, that's
Well, yeah,
whatever.
that's not a, yeah, that's,
But
yeah, that's,
I mean, which at what point, like, which one of these people that have been brutalized and murdered by the police do we need to pick on? I mean, you can pick on any of them. I'm just saying, if that's not enough, if Rodney King wasn't enough, if Eric Gardner wasn't enough, if Tamir Rice wasn't enough, if any of these folks were not enough, at what point do you say, yes, this is enough? And I think we've beyond crossed that threshold. We've gotten to the point where police are being videoed and things like that. But the fact of it is, there's so many white people in power that are willing to say that the people that did X to Rodney King were just able to walk away from the subject, not only unharmed, but there was no repercussions for their actions. Like literally nothing happened. I think one person was charged with maybe a misdemeanor and never served any sort of jail time. And so at what
true.
point do you say like this is enough and that we need some form of reform and you can vote on that? But if the people that you're putting in power are too afraid to go against, I don't know, for lack of a better term, the man, at what point do you say, like, man, like, what does it take? And I mean, that's what you're asking now, but I would push back and saying, like, it's it's already happened. Like, why is it still the topic of conversation? Like, what does it take? I mean, clearly people are getting murdered out here in front of anyone, in
Let me tell you something.
camera, in
Let me tell you
public,
something.
but like, what does it take?
We need to play our cards right first of all, because if we're gonna mention the George Floyd situation, that the entire George Floyd situation was about him for what, a day, maybe two, when they protest about it the day after, or that, what was it, a Monday after, Tuesday after they protested. But what happened the following day? So before we get to day number 3, which we all know what happens after the protest, let's look at days number 1 and 2. Days number 1, the video comes out, everybody's outraged, including, let's make a note of it, including Republicans. There are a lot of people from the Republican Party that said this was wrong.
I
Protest.
never saw that.
So day number 2, protest. Well, the only reason why I remember that is because I was all over social media. I kept seeing, okay, this person's a well-known Republican. This person is always talking about, there are some people who I thought were completely racist, not
But
just
this
because
is
they're
on a
Republican,
personal level,
but
not
just
any
because of,
form of
but
senator or delegate or someone actually in
but
power. Yes, it may have been your neighbor, but not someone that's willing to
no,
represent
no, no,
that
no.
in a
I'm talking
legal
about
aspect.
actual politicians though came out,
I'd
and
love to see
actual
that list.
Republican figures came out
I would love to
and,
see that list.
and talked about it. But then we got a day number 2. The protest started. They
Oh,
got
DC
quiet.
was on
That
fire. Trust and believe. I live here. Like,
hold on. So day 2, the protest happened. They were quiet. Everyone was quiet. But then day number 3, the riots came, and then that's when, to me, that's when it all got dismissed from them trying to do anything with George Floyd in that situation, because I felt like we kind of contradicted ourselves because they started setting shit on fire, which we talked about for how many episodes, Jared?
Too many.
Quite a few,
I think
more than we wanted to.
one thing that gets overlooked is these protests of things being set on fire, things being destroyed, things being looted. This is not a new concept, and I think people really think that this is very new. Yes, because people are robbing an Apple store or a CVS or what have you. It's not like, I mean, what about when the FBI killed Martin Luther King Jr. and half of DC got set on fire from H Street to the Shaw District. I mean, literally, people destroyed that. But what did they destroy? What they knew and loved, which was the black community.
Mm-hmm.
And we are arguably still rebuilding these places. And this happened in 1968. You
And
know,
then, and then guess what we did in June of 2020?
the same things. And but what happened when Rodney King, or again when Martin Luther King was killed? You know, there's the Watts riots and things of that nature. The only thing affected was the black communities. And so people look at this and they pick on black men, women who are, you know, predominantly doing this looting because they're the ones pissed off, but they may or may not be educated as to why they're doing such actions. They're just doing it out of aggression, violence, or predisposition. This is what I should be doing. At what point is there an educational factor that needs to be played versus how can you educate someone who is just naturally just pissed off at everything that they have known, learned, and are accustomed to? Like, how can you tell that person not to act in that nature?
And again, that's a good question. We need more people like us to tell them. We need more people that again, I'm not trying to make this like a race thing, but this is a race issue somewhat,
Of course.
where like you're gonna need more people, more black people to come out and say, "Hey, man, these riots." I sat there and watched celebrities justify riots. I sat
Mhm.
there and watched white people justify these riots, and I'm like, "Whoa, this is a completely different narrative that we need to give them in order to get the real justice per se, you know, and in order to get the real criminals in jail to go through the same process that was set in place. But now again, is it corrupt? Yes, of course. But at the end of the day, we like there's no other way for us to try and get them to hear us. There's no other way to try and get justice except for getting these leaders, our own leaders, to talk to leaders all over the world, talking to each other, leaders all over the country, talking to each other, and trying to figure something out rather than our first initial reaction is, hey, let's go burn this down. Hey, let's go through this. Let's go tear up the town because we didn't get, you know, justice. You know, at the end of the day, if I'm killing the streets, last thing I want are for people to rioting. I don't even want to fucking protest. Like,
Here,
get the leaders together, get them to go up to whatever building they need to go to, get them to talk to the Senate, the Congress, or wherever, try and get something figured out with this whole police brutality shit. But burning down and threatening violence against the policemen, that's not going to do anything except for what Big Brother corrupt government knew what we were going to do before we fucking did it. That's why they're boarding up these places in DC.
I just only think at what point does you know, when people are just genuinely pissed off, the aggression levels at what, you know, they're not only they're done trying to hear it, but they understand that there's no repercussions behind. Like, we all watched Rodney King get beat down senselessly and nothing happened. Nothing happened. And we have seen this countless times. Countless times. At what point do you say, man, there's no accountability and I got to try something else? And typically, in more of the Malcolm X form, the Black Panther form, you have to resort to violence to get someone to take you fucking seriously. At what point do you have to draw that line? Like, I want to resolve this peacefully. I personally, I mean, fuck, I went to a Mennonite college. Like, don't even get me wrong. Like, I want to resolve this peacefully. I personally am a pacifist.
Yeah.
But at what point do you just say enough is enough? No one's being held accountable, and we gotta try something different because this shit isn't getting us anywhere.
Let me
At
tell you
what point?
something.
And I see that level of aggression happening today.
I
Yeah.
fear for us to have, and by us, I don't mean a race. I mean for anyone in America to have a leader that promotes, like a real leader that promotes violence. And I'm not talking about a president or anything like that. I'm talking about like kind of on Antifa levels, but like a more figure, like a bigger figure that will gather so many people together to where people will literally be calling for violence. Because let me tell you what happened with Michael X. They went so far as to getting
They
out
murdered his.
theories or whatever, but Malcolm X's son was killed in Mexico in like the 90s or like the early 2000s. Assassinated in Mexico. That's how far they went into silencing everyone around him. Everyone that knew, that had any kind of memory of Malcolm X, they've gone that far.
I mean, they
Martin
got
Luther
the
King.
Brothers of
People
Islam
forget.
to murder him.
People forget that some dude ran up on Martin Luther King's mom in a church and killed her after his death. Like they will go to extreme lengths to
That's
silence
the
you.
FBI.
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to say that we can't forget that agent provocateurs exist. We can't forget that the power structure that's in place uses police purely as a basically as what do you call them,
Scapegoat.
as scapegoats and puppets. Like
Yeah.
police are used to they're treated like attack dogs, right? Like their only purpose is to keep order and
Is it
to
worth bringing up where police began as, for lack of a better PC term, as slave catchers? I mean, that's where the root of the police officer comes from. We have our sheriffs and things like that, but the police officer were at the grassroots level slave catchers.
Look at the root word too. Police.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, it is what it is. But again, for lack of a better term, I mean, police officers began at the grassroots level as slave catchers and, protecting their investment, if you will.
yeah, but again, I think if we're ever going to come to some sort of resolution to this shit, it's not going to be through race. It's going to have to be through some other more encompassing means of fucking over everybody. Because not enough people give a fuck about black people or racism or any of that shit to honestly make any sort of change. And we saw what defunding the police did in Washington State. Absolutely nothing. It made it worse. Because like I mentioned in the cast where we talked about that, you can't have the structure that we have in society and not have police. It doesn't
Right.
function. It doesn't function that way. And I'm not saying that on a oh well, we need them to come when somebody breaks in our house type of way. I'm saying that as in an
American
structure.
culture.
Yes, as American
For
culture
sure.
way, as a power structure way.
I had this conversation very recently with an undisclosed white person, and it was very, very hard for them to understand the difference in like, oh, this black cop shot and killed a black man, but they could not understand the difference in that happens as 1 in 100 versus the 99 out of 100 that is a white cop killing a black man, and they just could not simply differentiate the two. And so, as two black men, where do y'all stand on something in that nature?
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't. I don't lead with a racist or not a racist, but a race centered ideal in my everyday life, and then maybe that's because of
Mindset.
how I was raised or where we grew up at or whatever the case is. But I don't necessarily live my life with that chip on my shoulder. I mean, at the end of the day, again, I know what it is. I know what I've experienced, and I know you know how that shit goes for people who look like I look. But again, I've had much better luck. Um, Not automatically assuming that everyone's out to get me in life, and not even really that even being in the forefront of my mind. And I think it's done all right for me. Now, again, is that might be because of again how I grew up. I grew up in the suburbs. I didn't grow up in the hood. I grew up near the hood, but not in the hood. And
Bingo.
so Now, if I had grown up that way, maybe my experience would be different. If I had grown up with one parent in the household and not two, maybe my experience would be different, right? But I wasn't raised to lead that way. I've never led myself that way, and it's never really done me too much wrong. Have I kind of known, oh, this person's kind of looking at me a little crazy? Yeah. Have I had conversations with people who I know are racist? Yeah. About race, even, yes. So I think it's all the energy that you bring behind whatever sort of interaction that you have with people that hits first before, unless of course they're a staunch whatever the hell, and they're going to do what they're going to do anyway, right? And at that point, then you got to act accordingly, whatever means necessary to get yourself out of that situation. Now, but on a day-to-day level, I really don't. Like I said, I really don't lead with that. I don't lead with that head strongly. So I can't really. I mean, I can answer it by saying what I just said, but I can't really. I also can't say that it doesn't affect me. You know what I'm saying? I just don't let it affect me in the ways, that I guess a lot of other people do. But also, I don't have that many run-ins with police either. Like I drive modified cars and bikes. Like I'm not by any means a law-abiding person, but I just kind of know how to maneuver so where I don't have these sorts of interactions that often. Like I can't even remember the last time I got pulled over, type of shit. Knock on wood.
Same.
Only to put Neil on hold for 10 seconds. Would you not say that your I know how to move? Does that not play, like, were you never taught by a parent to like duck and move in this fashion or to act in this fashion? Or again, I want to give Neil his total spotlight.
You talking about corn or?
Yeah,
me?
like I'm saying for you with the modified cars and bikes, like you say, I know how to duck and move. Is that a trained thing? Is that a learned thing? Is that something maybe your parents brought up to you? Or again, I want to give Neil his total platform.
For me, it's a little bit of both. It's something that I've learned just from just doing that shit for so long, like always kind of being into it. Now, when I was younger, I mean, I spun out cars doing 115, 120 miles an hour.
Trust and believe, Jay. I know this. I'm just, I'm asking for the viewer's sake.
Right. But I'm giving a little more context. By no means,
Jay, I know who you are. I know who you are. Jay.
I'm doing it for the listener. Yeah, right. Like by no means am I an angel, right? Don't get it twisted. But
in the same breath, Neil, hey, bro, I know you, bro. I love you, bro.
Love you too, man.
For sure. But in that same breath that I say that, I will also say that I think it was an instilled thing. It wasn't like a hey, Sir Heaviness, you got to act this way, because if you don't, then this can happen. It wasn't really like that. It was more like just an observed thing and
an acquired thing,
thing, and also like a subtly instilled just by like the actions in which
the way you move,
way everybody move.
All right,
it wasn't so much like a do this, and this, and don't do this. I mean, there's a lot of don't do this, but I did that anyway. But I did it. I did that. Hey, look, I did that with the energy of again how to move. Like I did the things that I was told not to do, but I did them in a way that I moved a certain way so that I didn't necessarily see those type of repercussions, like the super negative repercussions.
Totally heard. Neil, it's all your platform, bro.
I'm dead. I 100% agree with Jaron. I've had a different journey somewhat. I mean, Travis, I mean, we all grew up together pretty much. You know the environment.
I ain't trying to like go ahead and open that up to everybody, but like we know.
Yeah, like we know the environment that we had in a little small town that we lived in. Like we knew it wasn't. There were some acts of racism, yes, but it wasn't like an every single day kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's like, oh man, I got to deal with this, or man,
definitely not every day.
I don't want to go
Right.
down this street because I'm gonna deal with this. Like, no, it was a fairly small town. Everyone
Yeah.
everyone pretty much knew each other. At least back then, everyone knew each other in the whole town.
For sure.
I have a different because again, like I don't want to say I didn't experience too much racism growing up because I did in a different way. But once I left home, because again, like my dad was a policeman too. So like the very first time I got pulled over, dude knew my dad. Like he was like, "Oh, well,
Yeah.
tell your dad." I said, "Hey, well, actually, don't tell your dad because he'll know you got pulled over, whatever." Like that's what it was. So
Your
again,
first
like
move was to North Carolina, I believe, correct?
mine,
Yeah.
yes, mine was I got stationed in North Carolina. I was there for like 3.5 years ish.
Yeah.
Um, Down there, it was different. It wasn't so much of like you're not in your own backyard where you can just do stupid things and get away with it. It's now,
Hey, yeah,
you
daddy
know,
don't work here type shit, right?
yeah, you know what I mean? And again, that happened in Virginia 3 separate times from like 16 to 19. Where I got pulled over, didn't get a ticket because of who they knew. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
And
right.
to me, I look back at that like back then I was like, oh yeah, I got away. But now I look back at it, I'm like, damn. Now I'm somewhere where I don't have that. Now I'm somewhere where I'm just like everyone else. And again, I live in a city now, like a big city now. So now it's like you got to be extra careful with the way you move and stuff like that. But again, it's not always in my mind. I'm not walking around here where like I'm a black man. I'm a black man. You know what I mean? It's just at the end of the day, I'm still that 16-year-old kid. That if you're cool, I get along with everybody, man. Like I'm just. But again, I'm not a people person anymore. So like I'm slowly getting away from being a people person and just kind of doing my own thing and staying away from people and not letting people in only because of the world we live in now, where as soon as people meet you, they want immediate access to everything. You know what I mean? And to me, that's kind of scary. It's like, why do you want to know that much information about me from the jump? You know what I mean? I'm not even talking about from like a relationship to them. I'm just talking about just from like meeting someone or just being friends or coworkers, whatever. Being again, being in the back of my head, being black, being a black male, cool. Now, am I more aware of it everywhere I go? Yes, but do I think about it all the time? Where it's like, I gotta say this right, do this right, I gotta walk this certain. Like, nah, man. At the end of the day, I'm still myself. At the end of the day, I don't really, um, I don't look at stuff. Basically, I don't listen to the media. I don't let the media try and, uh, you know, position the way I walk and then position the way I go about my day. But at the end of the day, I'm still aware.
That's facts, bro.
My phone
Facts, bro.
about to die. I'm really sorry if it does. Yeah, you're staticking out, bro.
Yeah, you're good. He said, I think he said his phone's about to die.
Oh, you're.
But in the meantime, shout out to Creed Link. My bad, bro, on the late comment. But he says Charlottesville's getting a documentary this year. Yeah, we were talking about that like actually right before you joined, bro. But yeah, Seattle's getting a documentary. We'll see what kind of propaganda and other shit's in that. But shout out to Creed Link, man. Thanks for coming through again.
Sorry, his mic was making a staticky sound.
um,
But yeah, shout out Creed Link, man.
for sure. Look, man, we at hour 4. I'm tired as hell, and I gotta work in the morning.
Yeah.
It might damn near be be time for your boy.
Yeah, I feel that.
So let's gather some final thoughts from all 3 of us, and
Or from the 2 of us.
or from the 2 of us at this point. Hey, shout out to Dole, man. That's the homie, man. But we'll gather some final thoughts from whoever the hell's in here within the next 5 minutes, and we'll put up the results as of right now for you all. One more again before we hang this thing up.
Hold on.
For those of you who have been kicking it with us for the whole 4 hours, shout out to y'all for real.
Yeah. For
it's
sure.
been fun, man. It's been fun. I'm glad we had a lot of good discussion tonight. We're gonna have to chop this thing up and release a few parts, but it's been a good stream tonight, man. Thanks everybody for participating and stuff like that. Um, from what it's looking like, man, Joe Biden is still projected in the lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trump leads in battlegrounds in Florida and Texas. Biden pulls ahead in Arizona. So we'll see what pops off, man. We'll see what pops off with it when we wake up in the morning, man. Either I'm gonna be able to get to work or I'm not.
Oh
Right?
hell.
Ain't that ain't that how it goes? But hey, look, I don't know if Dole's gonna hop back in here or not, but I think we about to wrap up, man. So
Yeah. Shout out to Dole though, man. Shout out to Dole
yeah. Shout out to Dole for real,
for coming through, being a trooper, man.
for sure.
That's how we do here on Comrades, man. We like having you guys come in here and yeah, I mean, you guys only have to ask us questions. Just do what Dole did. Just state your opinion, man.
Right, that's all we
Just have a
want.
couple debates or something, man. Had some really
That's all
good
we want.
conversation tonight.
Yeah, damn right, man. And I guess to bring it back to this whole election shit, man. Look, the end result's gonna be the same one way or the other. We always talk about that, and you know we'll see what these numbers say when we wake up in the morning. That's really the best I can say, man. And I hope that y'all listen to our prepper podcast from at this point 6-7 months ago. That's all I got to say.
Again, Matt, like I don't want to say we're going too far or too fast, but I mean, a lot of people are gearing up like this is going to be like another pandemic. Like, people are really boarding up their stuff. Again, boarding up, okay, but like, people are like the video I did earlier where the people are gathering, gathering food and stuff like that. It's just like, man, come on, man. Grocery stores, we're talking about a presidential election. We're not talking about a rapture just yet. Like,
Are we though? Are we not though? Shout out to Dole. He said, "Love y'all, man. My phone died again. Hey, it's all good, bro. Love you too, bro. Thanks for coming through.
love you too, bro.
It's a long time homie here, folks. Shout out to Dole again. Thanks for coming through and asking some good ass questions, man. Had us
Yeah,
thinking
shout
a
out to
little
Dole,
bit on
man.
yeah, thinking in a way that we
Dole,
don't normally,
Revex content,
Creed Link,
Create Link, Jersey Jess,
yep,
Elise.
Who else?
Who
Yeah,
else?
that's
Who
it.
else are we missing?
I think that's it, man. Yeah, shout out to
Hell,
all y'all, man.
yeah. Hey, even if it's 5 of y'all, man, shout out for real, man. For real. Look, man, we all, again, like Jaren said, man, we all in it. At the end of the day, we're all gonna be in this together. It don't matter about race, gender, none of that shit, man. At the end of the day, Big Brother corrupt government's got something big planned for us. Is whether we're gonna either stand up for ourselves, whether we win or not, as people, as a society, against the man, quote unquote. It don't matter whether we win or lose. If we can stand together as people and as a congregation, period, society, period, Americans, period. I mean, I don't see the problem there, but apparently everyone does. Everyone sees the problem with just for a little bit, can't even get together, can't even agree on anything.
Right.
Like I said, I use the George Floyd situation as a perfect example of what we saw on social media and everything. Everyone got together for one day, and the only reason why I did that, the only reason why I keep saying that is because I've never seen that before, ever.
Yeah.
Where everyone I haven't seen that since 9/11, where everyone was like, "Oh shit, this is bad," on all accounts, on both sides. And then literally 2 days later, everyone's back to fighting again, and that's when I saw it. I was like, "Oh shit, this is what it's come to." Like, there's no going back from this. Like, all hope. I can't. I don't want to keep saying. I don't even want to say all hope is lost, but man, we're so close to it that it's getting kind of scary.
Yeah, man.
And I'm not scared of anything, like, but it's getting to the point where it's just like, fuck. I kind of do have to, look over my shoulder everywhere I go. It's getting to a point where you might start thinking that,
Exactly. I Couldn't say it better myself. Dole says he's gonna share us on all social media. Word, we appreciate it. Share. We dropped 5 videos today, by the way. So Corn put in some heavy ass work today. So share them other ones too if you can, bro. And he said, "Pray for thy enemy."
You know,
And
of
he
all the things
said,
I've prayed for, I've never been the
"Don't
enemy.
hate the." And he said, "Don't hate the op. Listen and learn from their ideas."
Oh, of course.
Hey, of course, yeah.
Of
Facts.
course.
Facts.
Again, to me, there's no opposition here because I'm not for either side. So I take things from both sides and also disagree with things from both sides. But again, to me, I think that in a perfect world, we would look at the policies, and the supporters would be more. They would be less aggressive and more open-minded, and more thoughtful towards each other rather than like. Again, man, it's getting kind of scary where people can't even come out and support someone. You know, I mean, fuck the endorsements and stuff. I mean, just talk about I mean, I guess you could say in a way they are endorsing them, but I mean, who cares? At the end of the day, like that's my whole thing is like, okay, so and so says, okay, someone would be a good leader. Okay, cool. I'll observe and I'll look at their policies and then but for now, keep it moving. We don't need
Right.
we don't need this big old rollout that The Rock is supporting Biden and now everyone's thinking Biden's going to win. Like, we don't need all that.
Right. And just one more update. Looks like Joe Biden has just been projected to win Minnesota and Hawaii. So now it's 223 Biden, 118 Trump. So again, there's a lot of votes yet to be counted, but I be goddamned. You feel me? That's all I'm gonna say. The odds are heavily not in Trump's favor right now. So hey, we'll see what happens, man, with this shit.
With Trump supporters not wanting to wear a mask and this whole outrage of not wanting to wear a mask, and they are just chomping at the bit to take these masks off permanently, to now Trump possibly losing.
Hey, man, look,
People are gonna be so on edge tomorrow.
look.
My God, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Like this is.
We'll see when we wake up, man. Dole said he said noon tomorrow. He thought we were going to see who would win. So we'll see if he's right. But look, thanks everybody again for showing love, showing up, participating, watching, listening, whatever the hell you're doing. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe. We got more bangers coming. We drop 5 videos a day. And more
Not
on the
including
way,
the stream.
for sure, and not including the stream. And there's more on the way. You best believe it. And we got, like I said, we got some other good shit cooking in the background for y'all as well. So I think on that note, man, unless you got anything else to say, Corn, this has been Comrades. This has been the 2020 election live stream. It definitely is our record for the longest stream ever. So I hope that y'all enjoyed this one because it probably ain't happening that often again. Not a 4-hour stream, but hey, you never know, right? But look, man, Contemporary Comrades,